Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Estamos en el Casino del Tío Salo. Bienvenidos a todos los que están acompañándonos el día de hoy. Se va a poner buena la cosa. Continuamos viendo los mismos niveles de antes. Vamos a platicar de ellos. Muy interesante, muy interesante. Yo estoy personalmente esperando la oportunidad. El día de hoy, para todos ustedes que me están acompañando en esta mañana, y se me hace que no merece un video propio, lo creo, pero todo el mundo siempre me pregunta, y yo sé que es, ¿no?, lo primero que dicen los influencers para venderles algo. Todo el mundo siempre me dice, güey, comparte tus secretos de qué tipo de playera es esta. La puedes encontrar en mi tienda. No, no, no va a ser eso, no se preocupen. Pero muchos de ustedes, de verdad, en los comentarios, aparte de mentarme la madre, también me dicen que les debería enseñar de cómo invertir de cero. Y a lo que voy con esto es, imagínate que no has entrado todavía en la bolsa, no sabes exactamente qué hacer, estás perdidón y dices, quiero invertir, pero no sé dónde, cuál es el momento correcto, etcétera. Vale, estoy yo poniendo dentro, en lo que pasa el tiempo, ahorro para poder meterle a bolsa. Hoy tengo una cantidad buena de lana, vamos a ponerle $250,000 para tirar encima de lo que tengo mi otro presupuesto puesto para y de lo que ya empecé a sacar. Entonces, esto es para que se den una idea de el tamaño de esto, ¿no? No es grande, no es chico, es normal. No sé cómo decirlo. Entonces, lo que quiero hacer con ustedes es, les voy a contar cómo estoy metiendo estos $250,000 a la bolsa para que, por si alguno de ustedes quiere hacer un análisis y asegurarse que lo está haciendo bien y no solamente copiarme, pero que puedan sacarle la mayor cantidad de provecho a esto, bien. Lo primero que tienen que saber es lo siguiente, mis objetivos. Mis objetivos son a largo plazo. Y estoy hablando de 5 a 8 años, ¿ok? Es más o menos lo que yo estoy buscando del día de hoy. Entonces, si tú quieres hacerte millonario de hoy a mañana, olvídalo, esto no te va a funcionar. Compra solamente Bitcoin, que se va a 30 trillones de dólares. Andrew Tate lo acaba de decir. No tienes de qué pensarlo otra vez. O compra un meme coin. Seguramente ahí es donde vas a hacer miles de millones de dólares en un par de días. Esto es a 5 a 8 años. Así de grande es la ventana de esto para aquellos que lo estén empezando a hacer. ¿Por qué tanto tiempo? La razón por la que es tanto tiempo es porque es muy fácil encontrar los mejores puntos de entrada, sobre todo en donde estamos parados ante una... Estamos en una recesión. Estamos en una recesión de la gente de la clase media y la gente de la clase baja en Estados Unidos. Y pues está potente. Y la cosa es, la gente que tiene dinero, tiene mucho dinero y no se les va a acabar. Y estamos a punto de entrar en algo que podría completamente destruir todos mis pronósticos, por cierto, y tengo que estar siempre pendiente de ello. Y eso es, se viene la Copa del Mundo. Normalmente, y esto es algo muy extraño, porque si buscas la relación entre la Copa del Mundo, ¿no? De fútbol, ¿cómo es? El Mundial, cabrón. Si vienes el Mundial y buscas la relación del Mundial con cuando la gente de países que están entrando en recesión, hay muchísimos. Y lo que pasa siempre es, no se salva de la recesión, pero le empuja más para atrás. Simplemente con números pedorros de GDP, etcétera, aunque el gasto de gobierno también incrementa para poder tener todo listo para estas copas mundiales. Y sabemos que lo tenemos en Estados Unidos, en México y en Canadá, para que lo sepan, ¿ok? Entonces, con eso en mente, se vienen oportunidades grandes. Después de que el dinero se vuelve caro, yo estoy buscando oportunidades donde cuando el dinero se vuelva barato, lo primero que va a pegar va a ser esto. Entonces, voy a enfocar una gran parte de este portafolio en ese tipo de jugadas, en estos $250,000 que voy a poner acá. Y de nuevo, no los voy a tocar, no los voy a tradear, no me interesa. Simplemente los voy a dejar 5 a 7 años. Y mis inversiones van de súper riesgosas, tranquilo. Es como yo lo divido, solamente en 3, ¿no? Para que lo entiendan. Entonces, todos ustedes, si estén aquí conmigo y los que me pregunten qué es lo que estamos haciendo, etcétera, entiendan dónde estamos parados. La otra cosa es, si por alguna pendejada tuya llegas a perder todo tu dinero porque solamente me estás copiando, recuerda, yo solamente soy un imbécil que vive en Internet, ni siquiera sabes si soy real o no. Entonces, haz tu tarea y haz las cosas que tienes que hacer. Puedes venir a decirme que es mi culpa que hayas perdido tu dinero, pero te prometo desde el fondo de mi corazón que me vale verga. Entonces, Hazte responsable de ti mismo. Acuérdate, eres más listo que yo. Entonces, actúa como tienes que. Con esto, bajo advertencia, no hay engaño y es lo que es. Y esto es gratis. Si vienes a quejarte aquí, güey, qué chingón es tu vida. Felicidades. Aunque yo sé, no hay muchísima gente que escribe en los comentarios de gente que es pública. Dice, si no fuera por nosotros, no tendrías nada. Pero bueno, voy a empezar con esto. Lo que voy a hacer y lo que voy a continuar es mi especulación en el mundo de los coches eléctricos. Y esto para mucha gente no les interesa y no le es suficiente y dicen, güey, tengo que traer las 7 magníficas. Mi portafolio lo voy a dividir como lo voy a dividir, lo voy a revelar como lo voy a revelar poco a poco, pero ahorita lo que me interesa son las jugadas rápidas, las más rápidas. Cuando el dinero se vuelve una vez más barato y una vez más para la gente que no entiende este concepto y estás viendo la Reserva Federal, hazte un favor, échate para atrás y pateate en los huevos. Porque esto es lo único que importa, no importa la Reserva Federal. Si el dinero está caro, eso quiere decir que vas a pedir un préstamo y el préstamo tienes que pagar muchísimo al mes, eso quiere decir que el dinero está caro. Si el dinero está barato, vas a pedir un préstamo y el pago que tienes que hacer mensual es bajo. ¿Ok? Y ahora no me vengan no se vayan a confundir por el amor de Dios con la idea de, güey, pues si pido prestado $1,000,000, claro que me van a cobrar mucho, pero si solamente pido 10,000, me van a cobrar poco. Es por la misma cantidad en estas dos situaciones, ¿ok? Por favor, por el puto amor de Dios. Mucha gente acá me estará viendo y dirá, güey, no hay manera que haya gente tan pendeja que cree. He visto todo en este planeta, así que por el amor de Dios. Ok, cuando el dinero está barato, lo primero que sube, y todo el mundo se imagina, son bienes raíces. No es cierto. Lo primero que subió en el 2020, cuando hicieron el dinero barato y que todo el mundo pudiera acceder a créditos, fueron los coches. Y la razón por qué es porque cualquiera se puede endeudar por algo de entre 40,000 a 120,000 dólares. Cualquiera. Pero ya te quieres comprar una casa que vale millones de dólares, no a cualquiera le aprueban esos créditos. Entonces, lo primero que vi en la pandemia fue simplemente cómo los coches empezaron a reventar y literalmente la clase de mi mujer fue de 180,000 dólares a 400,000 dólares en este tiempo. Y por ejemplo, lo de las casas. Yo compré mi casa en enero, era el 5 o 6 de enero del 2021 en Texas. Y ese literalmente fue cuando dijeron, vamos a cambiar los precios de los intereses, van a subir. Ya estabas en cero, ¿no? Estabas en el 2,6% que pagamos o lo que sea, y lo levantaron en enero del 2000. Me esperé hasta el final y hasta que dijeran, es cuando vamos a levantar los intereses, fui a buscar casa. Y aún así no encontré competencia, no había una falta de inventario como la existe hoy, no había ninguno de esos problemas y cuando la compré todo el mundo dijo que estaba loco. Para cuando cerré el trato y los intereses empezaron a subir, todo el mundo me dijo que era un genio. Y por todo el mundo digo yo mismo. Entonces, mucho más rápido es afectado el mercado de coches y sobre todo coches eléctricos que el mercado de, 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 de bienes raíces o cualquier otra cosa, ¿ok? Es lo más importante. Obviamente las tecnológicas también tienen lo suyo, pero las tecnológicas todavía no me están dando una entrada, por lo que ni siquiera me voy a meter en ello, para que lo entiendan. Lo único que estoy viendo yo es dónde está la oportunidad. Regla número 1 del club de pelea del tío Salo. Nunca compramos, nunca, a menos de que la gente esté llorando. Esa es regla número 1 de todo lo que hacemos en este lugar, ¿ok? Si voy a comprar algo a la tienda, no quiero comprar algo cuando los precios estén a tope. Lo voy a comprar cuando ofrezcan el clásico descuento del viernes, ¿cómo se dice? Los viernes, Black Friday, ¿no? El Black Friday o Digital Monday o esas chingaderas. Cuando hay descuentos, es cuando voy a comprar mis cosas, ¿no? Porque solamente y yo era uno de ellos, de los impacientes tontos, no se esperan a encontrar el mejor precio para comprar algo. Si ahorita estás volteando a ver todas las acciones y están carísimas y ves una corrección de 2% y crees que comprar el dip es la mejor cosa que puedes hacer, estás perdido, carnal. Quieres buenos descuentos. Y es lo mismo con todas las acciones y es lo que estoy esperando. ¿Ok? Entonces voy a anunciar esto de una puta vez para todos ustedes. Y lo vamos a hacer. Lo primero y lo que compré ahorita fue Lucid. Y ahorita me encantan estos videos. No tiene nada de vistas. Nada. Aquí no hay nadie en este momento viendo este video. Que es literalmente, debería de cobrar un chingo de dinero por esto. ¿Ven por qué no hago cosas gratis? No vale, o sea, la gente no lo valora para nada. Es un título normal, empecé a comprar acciones otra vez, te estoy diciendo. No, 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 tienes que decirme que algo me debería de dar miedo, tío Salo, para yo venir acá. Y también tienes que decirme cómo me va a volver millonario de la noche a la mañana. No importa si vas a comprar acciones, cuál sea tu estrategia, aunque sea lo que todo el mundo está gritando y llorando todo el tiempo de. Pero bueno, solamente para que vean cómo funciona todo este pedo. Todo es al revés. Es muy importante entender eso. Ahora, voy a compartir con ustedes qué es lo que estoy comprando. Estoy comprando en este momento Lucid. Ahora, Lucid Motors es una de las tres grandes americanas que hace coches eléctricos. Primera es Tesla, segunda es Rivian, tercera es Lucid. ¿Ok? Ahora, obviamente las marcas normales de coches, pero ellos no están innovando en nada. Las marcas normales en coches simplemente están haciendo coches normales tal cual los ponen. No hay innovación, no están viendo fuera del telón. Además de que todas esas agencias de coches normales van a quebrar, porque no, el modelo de agencia es la cosa más estúpida del mundo. Pero es como decirle, ¿no? En el tiempo de los taxistas, güey, Uber va a venir, todo el mundo te mentaba la madre y te decía que no iban a sustituir a los taxistas, que todo el mundo quería siempre poder salir a la calle y hacer así y que te ignoraran. Y toma, se los cogieron a todos. Lo mismo está a punto de ocurrir aquí y está ocurriendo ya, tal cual. Ya está ocurriendo, no estoy prediciendo el futuro, está ocurriendo, pero el ser humano nos encanta negarlo. Por ende, me voy a enfocar en las que son directo a consumidor, me voy a enfocar en las que son innovadoras en tecnología, me voy a dedicar en las que tienen un gran sex appeal, brand appeal en cuanto se refiere a la población que tiene dinero. Y esto es Tesla, excelente, ya hecho, comprobado, puesto. Rivian, todo cuando salgo aquí a ver por mi vecindario en estas casillas humildes de 8 o 15 millones de dólares, todo el mundo tiene una Rivian, todos. Y Lucid también está lleno acá. Todos los chinos millonetas tienen o un modelo 750 de BMW o un Lucid. Yo personalmente no soy fan de Lucid, prefiero la tecnología de Tesla, pero entiendo el appeal y entiendo el valor de marca que esto está creando para ellos. También me gusta más Rivian. Pero lo que me gusta de Lucid es la tecnología porque tienen baterías que duran un chingo, están colaborando con diferentes marcas de coches y suena a algo que literalmente Apple compraría. Un producto premium. El CEO de Lucid, Peter Rowland, por fin se salió y ya metieron a alguien más que era importantísimo. Ese güey era lo que me mantenía fuera de esto. Y ahora, estoy abriendo mi portafolio en las primeras posiciones. Simplemente les quiero compartir rápido qué es lo que estoy viendo. Google Chrome is requesting a bypass. Acabo de hacerle update a mi computadora. No puedo describir cuánto odio esto. Ok. Estoy viendo Lucid en este momento. Ok. Y esto es lo que quiero que entendamos. Voy a poner la de 2 semanas. Los voy a poner acá. Máximo histórico de Lucid son $650. ¿Ok? En el 2021, cuando el mercado topó, $578. Ahora, estos números están inflados porque Lucid acaba de hacer lo reversa a lo que hizo Nvidia. Nvidia lo que hizo hizo un split de sus acciones, o sea, por una acción te daban 10. Entonces, si la acción valía $1,800, hoy vale 180. Lucid hizo lo contrario. Lucid fue y lo que hizo es sus acciones valían $2 y las juntó por 10. Entonces la acción ahora vale $20, pero es lo mismo de $2. ¿Ok? Es importante entender esto. La otra cosa, una clara tendencia bajista desde el principio. No hay lugar a dudas. ¿Ok? Pero a mí lo que me interesa es esto. Esta es mi apuesta de mayor riesgo y ahorita les voy a decir exactamente cuánto dinero voy a alocar de mis 250 en esta posición. Pueden ver dónde está el precio de Lucid ahorita, justamente acá, en el punto más bajo de la tabla de toda la historia. Eso quiere decir que todos los compradores de aquí arriba, todos, de la gente que compró en básicamente $60 de antes o $600 ahora, hasta la gente que compraron en $3, $4, están todos en la mierda. Absolutamente todos. Ya están diciendo en X que deberían de despedir al nuevo CEO, que deberían de hacer todas estas cosas. Chido. Ahora, tienen que entender que para mí esta empresa puede irse a la bancarrota y es lo que es. Voy a perder esta cantidad de dinero. Pero esta al mismo tiempo tiene la mayor cantidad de, de posibilidad de poder exponenciar mis resultados en ganancias. O sea, hacer un 10x en el tiempo que les estoy diciendo no sería loco, pero puedo perder toda la posición. Por ende, voy a alocar solamente $20,000, que es 8% de esa cantidad de dinero para esta operación en esto. ¿Y qué es lo que voy a hacer? Uno, compré en $19. Eso fue lo primero que hice, que ya está abajo de todos los demás. ¿Ok? La segunda entrada, y ahí lo que puse fueron 5,000. Mi segunda entrada fue en los 18 planos con 2,500. Mi tercera entrada está programada para los 16,14. ¿Ok? 16,14. Más o menos por acá abajo. Esa va a ser mi tercera entrada con otros 2,500. A ese punto ya estoy $10,000 adentro. Si esto llega a bajar entre 13 y 15, ahí voy a meter los otros $10,000 de putazo. Y esa va a ser toda mi posición y me voy a quedar calladito, sentadito, esperando a que el tiempo pase y esto se vaya a cero o haga lo que tiene que hacer. Mínimo los rebotes han sido buenos. Yo compré Lucid con ustedes en el fondo de antes, más o menos por acá. ¿O qué fue? ¿La de acá? No me acuerdo exactamente cuándo. Y tuvimos un super pop y vendí el pop, como lo vendí con Rivian, como lo vendí con Tesla en ese entonces. Saben que tengo otras posiciones. Esto no estamos hablando de ello. Estamos hablando de empezar el portafolio de cero. Esta es mi primera compra. Y ahora me van a decir, pero Alejandro, todavía no llegamos a la recesión que estás diciendo, todavía no se cae la bolsa. Correcto. Pero esta chingadera está en venta. No sé por qué. Tal vez vaya a caer mucho más de lo que planeo y de nuevo se puede ir a cero. Pero esta empresa ahorita con una capitalización de 5.6 mil millones de dólares, Apple tiene 120 mil millones de dólares cash. Se gastó 10 mil millones de dólares, desperdició 10 mil millones de dólares en su proyecto del coche eléctrico que no llegó a nada. A nada. Entonces, cuando ve una marca así, cualquier pendejo la puede levantar. Y vieron que eso pasó con Rivian, que les dije, alguien va a comprar Rivian. No hay forma que esto se quede así. Y entró Volkswagen y entraron diferentes grupos para meterle. Esto va a ser un poco parecido en mi opinión y es a lo que estoy jugando. Ya saben cuáles son mis entradas, ya saben qué es lo que estoy buscando. Y no voy a hablar de salida todavía. Faltan 5 a 8 años. 5 a 8 años es lo que estás haciendo. ¿Ok? Y esta es mi primera inversión. No me voy a enfocar en decirles cuál va a ser la siguiente. Mira, estoy esperando a que el mercado me dé las bajas de precio. Yo no lo dicto, yo no voy a buscar el tiempo, no estoy acá pretendiendo ser un gurú que sabe cuándo va a pasar algo. No tengo ni puta idea. Pero cuando pase, ahí voy a estar y voy a estar sacando esto. Así que la primera parte, 4% de mi portafolio, ni siquiera el 4% he metido de este nuevo portafolio. He metido un poco menos de eso, 3.25%. Ahora está invertido en Lucid, esperando. Me encantaría ver más para abajo, por supuesto. Mientras más bajo, mejor. Vamos a darnos tiempo, vamos a dejarlo que se ore este pedo y vámonos al casino del tío Salo, por supuesto, para todos ustedes. Por cierto, quien guste acompañarnos y aprender a tradear como lo estamos haciendo acá, cáiganle a nuestro Discord, ¿por qué no? Aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Este es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. El enlace está aquí abajo, es completamente gratis. Ahí tienen la invitación. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo. Lo pueden ver acá, el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Pueden meterse a nuestro tab de Criptolingo para ver todas las abreviaciones que tal vez no entiendan por ahí. De lo que decimos, están en español y también en inglés para que lo sepan. Y ahora, si no entienden nada de lo que están viendo acá tampoco, cabrón, no seas pendejo y compra el curso. Y si no, compra el curso de quien quieras. El nuestro vale $29. No te preocupes, no me va a hacer millonario, ya soy. No necesito $29. Cómpralo para que puedas entender el lenguaje. Si entiendes el lenguaje de programación, sabes programar. Si entiendes el lenguaje de la cocina, entiendes cómo cocinar. Si entiendes el lenguaje de la vida, entiendes cómo vivir. Si entiendes el lenguaje de cripto, entiendes cómo tradear. Y simplemente puedes aprender de quien sea. Por si dices, güey, estos güeyes son unos pendejos. Perfecto, pueden irse a otro lado y aprenderlo ahí. Pero es esencial que lo entiendas si quieres aprender y ser mejor. No solamente se trata de copiar cosas. Muy buenos días, como diría Mango. Por supuesto que sí a todos. Excelente mañana, espero que le estén pasando muy bien. Sydney Sweeney haciendo un cambio en esta edición del Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. Y ahí le andan preguntando, Mango, uno de los de los traders más vergones por acá. Ya saben, acá todo el mundo lo anda viendo. Acá Mango anda long oro, que por cierto, esa es una que me equivoqué. Dije, no va a volver a hacer otro tope. Ya ha hecho ya el tope otra vez. Así que ahí está un error para el tío Salo. Tenía que equivocarme eventualmente en algo y ahí lo tienen. Vaya, eso sonó muy payaso. Vamos a ver cómo va toda la comunidad. 358% para abajo en este long de 100X. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Te tocaba perder? La pregunta es, ¿promediamos o aguantamos? Vamos a ver. Alexis Villegas, un 312% que se lleva, por supuesto. Bien hecho, mi Alexis, bien hecho. Acá John, 448%. Tomatito recomendado que promedie. Tomatito es Nancy Pelosi, pero está disfrazado de mexicano o de latino en este chat. También tenemos, un 500X, un corto de 500X en Ethereum, 585%. Ahí está el patrón. Tomatito con un gran long de 500X, casi 1000%. Güey, Tomatito, enséñame tus trucos, por favor. Bien, bien, bien. Me da muchísimo gusto. Felicidades a todos que nos estemos llevando una buena lana, un 513%. Felicidades, Canito. Un gusto verte. Palantir, un 100%. Perdiste esa entrada, esta oportunidad por ahí. Hondo, un 140%. Nada mal, carnal. Bien por ti. Aquí lo tienen todo. El chat general siempre es una buena oportunidad para poder ver lo que está viendo la gente, la comunidad, darte ideas y también puedes probar tus propias ideas. No se les vaya el pedo con eso, siempre es bueno. Y si eres de los degenerados que también quiere tradear como el gran Tomatito y quieres tradear futuros, simplemente cae en nuestro sitio web, el enlace está aquí abajo, es gratis, no te preocupes si le picas ahí, te llevas gratis, le picas en tutos. Y una vez que te metes en tutos, cómo tradear en Bluffing, esto lo voy a refrescar ahorita para darles también nuevos exchanges, etcétera. Y aquí te pongo un video de 5 minutos de cómo puedes abrir tu cuenta, fondear tu cuenta, usar el dinero dentro de tu cuenta, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, etcétera. Todo eso está aquí en un video de 5 minutos y aquí tienes el enlace directo y también en la descripción del video aquí abajo para que vayas y puedas abrir tu cuenta en Bluffing, que es un exchange de criptos que te deja apalancarte hasta 150 veces, 150X y solamente criptos, enfocado, una excelente aplicación. También tenemos BTCC, una aplicación no tan excelente, y BTCC lo que tiene son acciones tokenizadas también encima de las criptos y además te deja apalancarte hasta 500X, que ahí es donde el degenerado de Tomatito vive. Y ahí van a tener los enlaces. Funcionan igual. Si estás viendo este video de cómo funciona Bluffing, entiendes perfectamente cómo funciona BTCC. Lo único que vas a tener que encontrar es dónde está el tab de las acciones, pero es bastante fácil si entiendes cómo usar esto. Así que si eres un degenerado y quieres apalancarte hasta el culo y perder todo tu dinero, aquí está toda tu oportunidad. Cáiganle. Sin más ni más, les voy a traer estos cracks. Vámonos a darle con todo. Feliz día y a ver cómo nos va, cabrones. A ver cómo nos va. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, chamacos. Doing well. It's a good Wednesday.
Yo, what up, boys?
Get this done. What are we looking at today? Yeah, what's going on?
I thought you were muted for a second because your mouth was moving, but I didn't hear anything.
Oh,
No, it's probably I updated my computer. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
yeah, I kind of see that.
Yeah, I updated my computer, and it's like the pop-ups everywhere, and it's driving me fucking crazy. It's driving me fucking nuts.
Oh,
Bad
I
timing.
never update it. I'm like, I think probably 2 versions behind on that Mac OS, and I just refuse to update it because I don't want that thing to happen to me.
I was
Yeah.
way back too, but I had to do it because it doesn't let me install WhatsApp and some other apps. And I finally gave in and fucked it over. Absolutely fucked it over. Because now, like, even the apps are not like doing builds for later, like for older versions. Like, it's fucked. They know what they're doing. They're making us update no matter what. So they can track
Yeah,
every
they want,
delicious transaction.
and then also when the newer version comes out, your computer just magically somehow gets a little bit slower.
Oh, yeah, of course. Because you need to buy a new one. That's why. That's why. Fuck us all, right?
You fucking piece of shit. You're using a MacBook from 2 years ago? What a broke garbage piece of human. You can't afford a new computer?
You disgust me. Get the fuck out of my sight. Let's look at the Bitcoin. What's going on with the Bitcoin? I'm very interested in this Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting. I will say that. Yesterday, we had an interesting close. Going into that daily close, we were watching the EMA 100. in confluence with the daily 9, sprinkle in a meme line right at that 110,600. This ultimately gave me a bias that, yeah, we're going to hit $112,000. Now, at this point, are we surprised? What are we doing and what's the plan moving forward? Well, firstly, not surprised. Understand that when we got this reclaim on the daily and lost it, this was a SFP play deviation. Ultimately meant that if we did squeeze all the way up to this point, still needs to be looked at as bearish and nothing more than that. You're in a consistent lower low, so this needs to be looked at as a lower high spot, all while no one is talking about the weekly EMA 9 being freshly lost. And simply, we're just kind of rallying up to that point. If TradingView wants to load and actually put that, there we go. We're just kind of rallying up to that point. Keep in mind, since losing that weekly 9 3 weeks ago, last week we rejected really hard off the weekly 9. So rallying back up to this point doesn't really concern me. Now, can it quickly change in favor of bulls? Absolutely. I'll explain what would need to happen for that to actually, take place. But for me now, I'm actually looking at this as potentially a trap scenario. We still have a daily downtrend. Majority are getting bullish off a few green candles while we're still right at major resistance. For me now, I need to start seeing within the next day or two, I need to start seeing bears pick up. Ideally today, if we start losing the EMA 100 again, this could open up the chop scenario. But as long as you are reclaiming that EMA 100, it's not in favor of bears, and you have to look for a little more upside potentially. Now, going into today, you did hit that $112,000 region, found a little bit of a pullback. You have New York open. I mean, it's Wednesday. We're in that middle of the week. It's a big time for Bitcoin. I do think today will be the decision day on if we're going to actually get follow through from bulls, pushing up above 112,000, getting the reclaim, and opening up possibly that $114,000 region, trend shifting the daily, and maybe even solidifying this as a local bottom. Or today, this EMA 100 reclaim is going to act as a trap for aggressive bulls, all while we're still in daily lower high posturing, still at major resistance. And we still can't discredit the daily still in silver cross posturing very freshly. We were gauging that daily EMA 9 to reject. It hasn't. So now logic says you have to look at the EMA 21. That's sitting a little past that $112,000 at $112,524. And that actually lines up really nicely with that weekly EMA 9 sitting right at 112,600, telling me that, yeah, if we end up going up a little bit more, this still would not, in my opinion, invalidate the daily downtrend as long as you're staying under August 28th's wick high. This is going to be in lower high posturing. This would not actually desolidify the daily silver cross. All while you then potentially get another daily EMA 21 rejection. You can just see that in this move down, the EMA 21 has been the big spot. Bulls have not been able to get back above that. So for me moving forward today, I'm still on the bias that I do believe Bitcoin's going to have a pullback. I do think that pullback will take you under 100K. And I am still watching very carefully that pullback to begin right in this region. Now, again, the 4-hour EMA 100, you noticed we reclaimed it. We moved up, went up to the SMA 200. My system, I don't really trade off the SMA 200 too much on lower time frames, but some do, and that doesn't mean it's wrong. You can notice here that once you reclaimed the EMA 100, you moved up, rejected that SMA 200. Okay, cool. You then deviated the EMA 100. I like the 4-hour EMA 100. Often is a very nice trade. Whenever you lose the EMA 100 and you're in a trending market, you'll often get follow through from that quite immediately. And vice versa, you'll often get follow through once you get a reclaim. And you notice, okay, you lost it here, and then you just kind of went down and you chopped. So now, again, all this rally has done on the 4-hour, really, it's just made it so we've gone up to the 4-hour EMA 100. Now, before we get uber bullish, you at least very minimally need a 4-hour reclaim back above $112,000. There you can make the argument of maybe a trend shift on the daily, and you get that pop up to $114,000, opening up a major range on Bitcoin, like 2%. But until then, yeah, you see my point. You really can't be talking about that. Even if, let's say, a 4-hour is still rejecting, and in quotation marks rejecting, it's not a full-on rejection, Glock 3000 bear scenario that we want. But hey, it still found somewhat of a sell trigger here to the team. And what you're going to notice and take note of is, again, you really haven't even hit $112,000 yet on Bitcoin. That still remains the big spot for me, $112,000. My system works like the 9, the 21, and the 34. 9, 21, 34 is a range. You fall back within this range. It often gives you chop and maybe downside moves. And if you reclaim above all the moving averages, this is a buy trigger. So what do we have now? Well, this 12-hour, yes, gave us a buy trigger on this EMA 9 reclaim, got above that 109 level, very important. You then came down into yesterday, predatory move, swipe down, looked like it was breaking down. It was not. That was fuel to move up. But all again we've done is moved up right into resistance. You really can't be talking about 114,000 until you reclaim this level. You have a 12-hour SMA 200. I think it's a little more appropriate to talk about that to 12-hour. It's pretty important too. And it gives me more confluence of my bias, so why not? SMA 200, but what my point was, bringing up the moving averages, was you're at the EMA 34. So before you get a buy trigger and you can actually make that busting action move, you need to get back above this 12-hour EMA 34. And then you can target the EMA 100 and possibly even that $114,000. Until then, this is still in lower high posturing. That was a very not straight line. Let me try to straighten that. Still not good. That's why we use these. This is just still in lower high posturing. This isn't good. Let me do it this way. This is more what I'm trying to show. And until you take out this wick high, until that happens, it still needs to be looked at as such. Doesn't mean you can't go up to that 112,000, like 500 region and then roll over. But I'm looking at this spot as potentially the rejection zone while most get bullish. Before even a weekly EMA 9 reclaim, 4-hour EMA 100, or even the 12-hour EMA 34. So we'll go back to the daily here. And why is this $112,000 important? Well, it really was the high before you had that major move down all the way to, 90, what was that low? $98,000. So we're getting a setup here telling you, yeah, you can easily go to $100,000. And this is literally the last spot where you rejected before going all the way down to that point. Vice versa. This was the last spot before you got that big combusting action to the upside, making a new high. And this was also a big spot that formed a bottom, and then you made a new high. So $112,000 just on a meme line basis is a very important level. There should be no reason why you're disregarding that when you have so many things right into that region. Now, into today, what's my trading plan? Well, my trading plan today is I want to see the reaction of actually $112,000 being hit. I think that will come about soon. We haven't actually hit $112,000. I want to see that. And then most importantly, I have to use the weekly EMA 9 as the extremity low. Weekly EMA, the extremity high, my apologies. Extremity high, weekly EMA 9. Just makes sense. It's right at 112,600. And why I like that too is because, again, that's just lining up nicely with where logically we should reject. The 12-hour SMA 200, EMA 34, right at $112,000. But most importantly, and this is why I'll talk about that weekly 9, because it really does line up really nicely with daily silver cross, EMA 21. EMA 21 has been the spot you've just been rejecting on this move down, giving me a bias that, yeah, if you start moving up and you hit that EMA 21, sprinkle in a weekly EMA 9 right there as well, you should be paying attention to a reaction there. Giving us more confluence of this idea as well, you have a nice little daily median right there. You see here, when we went to the bottom side of the 38.2%, this was a logical bounce zone. And ETA was gauging a bounce here. You're at the bottom 38.2%. You had a daily lower low, weekly EMA 21. I mean, how my logic in this game works is, well, I look at something like, okay, a weekly 9. I see how well it was respected. And I'm like, well, you know, if a weekly 9 was really respected, my system is you lost it, you go to the 21. This should be well respected, and you should at least very minimally get a bounce, get a retest here, and maybe a lower high. That's your bearish price structure in the making, right? Bears just want this to happen. That doesn't happen. It often does this, this, and then that, and you get your bearish price structure. And often forms a channel too, but I won't go into that. Bearish price structure is important. So yeah, I mean, a bounce at this point didn't surprise us. Definitely hasn't at this. At this point, I was expecting a bounce. I wanted, in my opinion, at $110,000 to reject, but I also understood that there was a lot of predatory price action in this region. Firstly, we saw that here. All these wicks, pay attention. It's just very predatory. But then even here, wicks, predatory. Wicks all the way up, boom, boom. So these regions that were on Bitcoin here is very predatory. And that's something I was fully aware of. So you can make moves up to this $112,000 region. We've seen this before. We need to see a sustained rally above, and we need to see the daily trend actually shift. If you start seeing daily trend shift, this will greatly solidify bulls' hopium, dreams, and aspirations. And that will be the first point on, okay, yeah, maybe we're not going to get a bearish move in September. Maybe this was a local bottom, and maybe we are going to go higher. But see, a lot of maybes there, and that's why we need to trade off confirmations. You need a trend shift, higher low. You need to keep using each level as support. Can literally be this simple before breaking out. What? I can't be this simple. What do you mean? Well, that's literally what happened here. Just boom, boom, boom. So it can be that simple. Trending markets with volatility are easy money. It's just you have to know what the levels to look at. And I'm still gauging if we're going to be bullish, this scenario will take place. This was the exact same price action that took you to a new all-time high on Bitcoin. Now, I have to preface this and say that bull's objective ultimately from this bottom, in quotation marks, bottom, maybe, we won't know yet, is an all-time high. Why would they need an all-time high? Well, the bi-monthly, of course. Going back into this bi-monthly analysis here, this bi-monthly here, you can call it a pin bar top, evening star. I think this is more evening star formation than a pin bar. So I'll say that, evening star. The invalidation would be this wick high. So very simply, you have 2 months as a bull to get back above a new all-time high and validate this topping candle. Ideally, bears in the next 2 months need this to flip red, and you'll get follow through. Very simple. It's just how it goes. And so at this point, if you're just trading more that monthly, bi-monthly, this wick high needs to get taken out. Has to. Now, if we start getting a major pullback, let's say we break it at $100,000 right on this, we're making life-changing money. Will I be very concerned? No. You can just simply see here, you have a bi-monthly EMA 9 right at $90,000. So this even tells you that, okay, higher high, higher low, question mark. It's really, there's no real reason why you should be even calling like a bear market if you even get a move down to $90,000. It's really only until, in my opinion, you do start losing the monthly 9, and then you most importantly take out April's low. Once you take April's low out while losing the monthly 9, that'll be on a confirmed monthly downtrend, aka a bear market. That'll then also give you confirmation of downside moves, just based on a new freshly downtrend. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm watching. Now, that doesn't mean we have to wait all the way until taking this low out to flip, short and maybe start shorting. That wouldn't be really wise, because often more than not, you do take out these lows very slightly and then move up. And then people who don't pay attention to details aren't watching for a lower high here, and they get smoked. While we will always look for the little details. My point is basically, if you do get that trend shift, it's going to be important. Doesn't mean though, once you break this low, you're just going to nuke all the way to maybe even that 2021 market cycle high. But rather, you could then get a bounce lower high and then roll over. But it will be important to watch the monthly very closely. And into this month, if we lose the monthly 9, which, where is that currently at right now? Interesting. That's at $101,000. Where does that sit on our daily? That's right where the daily SMA 200 is. So again, just more fuel on why if you get a major move down, why you still should be looking for a major bounce at that point. Many things on the chart saying you can't disregard that daily SMA 200, and specifically with that $100,000 spot, it's a big zone. Because that daily SMA 200 was this wick told me this was rejected. Resistance broke down. You came up, you rejected resistance, but you reclaimed above the daily EMA 100. And then this is what gave you a nice busting action move. I remember being in this consolidation saying if you get any kind of swipe down to the SMA 200, which preferably bulls will want to do, because this will just be solidified. Finally got the bullish retest. Let me do that better right here. Why would bulls want that sooner rather than later? Well, because it's still brewing right here. Now it's just kind of looking like it wants to do this, fulfill the bull prophecy, and then maybe you get a bigger bounce. That just lines up with a monthly EMA 9 retest. So that's why we can definitely capitalize on this move down to $100,000. I believe that this will be potentially an easy setup, but then getting down to that $100,000 will be a really big spot for me on, okay, let's start de-risking shorts. Let's start looking for maybe a long in this region, because this is going to be the last spot that bulls will defend before, maybe even going up to a new high. But if they can't defend it and they lose $100,000 and that monthly 9 doesn't hold, yeah, it's then going to start looking like a major breakdown's occurring. And I mean, the last time you lost that led to a $74,000 Bitcoin. So logic then says, yeah, you should be viewing that weekly EMA 100. That's at 79,800. Which then, okay, maybe you are just going to test this low. You really only made that low in the 70,000s and then just quickly got bought up. Maybe you're going to get a few more bites of the apple before moving up. But there's a lot of things on Bitcoin saying that there's places it should bounce bigly before just doing this, right? Obviously, like a monthly 9, 100,000 psychological number. You have that weekly EMA 34 right there as well. Daily SMA 200. Then if you get a breakdown, valid, awesome, but you still can't even target lower than like $79,000, $80,000 at that point. Extremity low will always be the 2021 market cycle high. So, when you hear people on CT talking about $50,000, $40,000 Bitcoin, which I saw a few tweets about that a few days ago, it just doesn't make sense. There's a lot of things before then that needs to happen before you can call like a $50,000 Bitcoin, because now you're just disregarding a weekly EMA 100. If you've seen the reaction off a daily EMA 100, how do you think a weekly EMA 100 is going to be? Well, ideally, it'll be strong. I mean, even on the dump and top down to here, this still led a pretty impressive bounce once it finally did a retest. Could very well be in this scenario here. Major top, you get your pullback. Unfortunately, pulls were not able to bust out of here from the weekly EMA 100. But the point I'm trying to bring home is they still got a 35% bounce from that point. Very impressive. So, you don't want to be overzealous with your bearish bias. We have a very easy setup that very easily can take you to $100,000. But then at that point, it's just more a matter of wait, watch, and see what will occur. Even on the 15-day, EMA 21 has been the spot this entire bull market that's been holding us. What am I missing here? It feels too naked. I guess nothing. 21 held here, got a nice move up. EMA 21 held here, got a nice move up. Where does that EMA 21 sit right now? Well, that's right in that $100,000 region. It's at 99,500. This being a 15-day closing in 9 days most likely means, yeah, this will shift into that $100,000 region. Again, just kind of solidifying why that's a really big spot for Bitcoin bulls. Lots of circles here. Let me clean it up. Nice. So it's a big zone. I'm still, you're noticing Bitcoin still can't get above $112,000. So it's still a big zone for me. And what are you noticing on the hourly? Well, while everyone's getting very bullish, you're still at resistance, respectfully. So yeah, I mean, this is why we're still scaling shorts in this region. If you're not short at this current time, consider a short into this region and just play daily downtrend. The trend is always your friend. You know you're wrong if you start breaking daily downtrend. But until then, it just seems to me aggressive to be scaling longs right at resistance before a daily downtrend break. If you're in an uptrend, that's uptrend behavior. You can then start longing resistance and play higher lows and move up. But when you're in a downtrend, you don't want to play like that. That's just recipe for, well, rejecting. And that hasn't been working out for bulls so far. Each time we get up to this point and we get super bullish, it just doesn't really work out for bulls. Now, it won't always be like that. We've had solid downside price action. But that's why we need the chart to tell us it's changing than us thinking it's changing. So watch the daily median, watch the daily 21, understand $112,000 is the spot. And I'm using the weekly EMA 9 as the extremity high. That should always be your extremity high. If you're going to be bearish, that should just always reject, in my opinion. Doesn't mean you can't wick a little above it, but that should reject and you shouldn't close above it. You lost it, you didn't close above it, you then broke down. So having that weekly EMA 9 idea would have made you a lot of money in this chop downside price action. You would have been able to catch a very nice short. 18% in 7 days. That's life changing. 700. No, that's 1800% on 100x. That's insane. Math might be wrong, but $1,000, it's 18 grand on a setup just like that using a weekly 9. So that's why I like the moving averages. I think it's nice. It can kind of help with laying out the bigger picture. Because we are in a tricky spot, and this is something Farn will point on when he's doing his momentum pivots. You have that bi-monthly momentum pivot shift. It's, you know, more in bearish posturing, all while the monthly momentum pivot's still in bullish posturing. Again, just telling you, we're just in that kind of market. Could go either which way. You're getting volatility setups on the higher time frames, like on BBWP, fully reset. And also keep in mind, Bitcoin is at the lowest monthly volatility read ever in the history of its chart. So, and this is on the index. So even the chop in 2022, I mean, some of you were here who are watching. I know the boys were there. That was not a fun time. 2022 chop. Nothing really happened at all. And even here in 2019 chop zone. The point I'm trying to bring home is this was a major chop zone, multiple months of just doing nothing. Bitcoin putting in like 0.2%, 0.1% days. And then volatility reset as it does wasn't even as low as we're now currently. This tells me that, yeah, we are still massively consolidating. We actually haven't seen massive volatility in a very long time. And this is giving you a major setup, something you've never seen in the history of Bitcoin, which is kind of interesting and cool to see. Because as we watch these charts in Bitcoin every day, it always seems like this is all the same stuff, but this is saying, no, it's not. And the environment is even different than we've ever seen before, which is volatility being the lowest it's ever been. This is opportunity. I do wonder, how does the Bollinger Bands look then? Nothing. I'd expect them to be pinching, but they're not. Guess it makes sense when Bitcoin's just been going up only for the last few months. Nice, very fun. You know, and an all-time high bi-monthly I shared, but even the monthly is a pretty nasty candle. You need to break this wick high to kind of defuck this. Pardon my French, but that's just kind of what you need to do. We were watching that EMA 5 on the 2-week. Where was that again? That might be in that 110. No, right there at 111,300. You're not really that far from it. Actually, you're not far from it at all. So let me delete this and delete this. What does this look like? This look like you busted up, you hit support, you lost support, you've rallied up, we're so back, everyone's bullish before rolling over maybe. That's your bearish structure. That's why you still need to be defensive in shorts here. You don't want to be longing a bearish retest when this zone we know is predatory. We know big moves occur here. And we also know we get a pretty easy trigger on going up. It's simply $112,000 holding. That'll then give you a new all-time high. So if you're an aggressive bull here and you're scaling longs, understand the environment we're in and the risk that does, you know, kind of have. But you simply just need this $112,000 to get reclaimed. If you're an aggressive bull scaling longs at resistance, that is what you need. And the longer you don't, the more you reject it on the hourly, 2-hour, 4-hour, will bleed into a daily and possibly get that daily deviation of the EMA 100. Because yes, we understood that this could move up a little higher. We were gauging a bounce in this region, a bounce we got, and now we need to see very carefully if we're going to reject $112,000. I'm not just saying, okay, cool, daily EMA 100 reclaimed, let's close all shorts and flip long. Wish it was that easy, and I wish there wasn't resistance here, but there's still too many things on the chart telling me, and always the trend is always the first thing, that you need to be cautious here. So if you're a bull, then the EMA 100 is going to solidify a bottom, and this is your expansion setup, like so. And if you're a bear, this was your bearish retest, finally solidified. You may actually go up to $112,000 and finally hit it. You didn't actually hit it before getting that deeper pullback. But this is looking now like bears want this to start moving down and bulls want this to break out, up or down, basically. But I can say that you will get a pretty big move from this point. You'll either see a breakout trend shift and make a move all the way up to that $118,000, possibly even going up to $120,000. Or yeah, you're going to roll over here and you're going to start seeing a very aggressive drop that's only going to take a week or so to get all the way down to $100,000. That drop should be very aggressive. It should provide everyone max pain to then they flip bearish right at support before getting that, you know, combusting action to the upside that Bitcoin loves to do after getting everyone bearish. So watch very carefully, watch the trading alerts, and yeah, just gauge the zone. You have a nice 12-hour, maybe you don't want to wait 9 hours, so then just use the 4-hour. The 4-hour, because at the EMA 100 usually gives you an easy trade. This is lined up pretty nicely as well. Get back above that $112,000 and hold it. You will start seeing a move to $114,000 and possibly higher. This is not what bears want. This is your trend shift in real time and daily EMA 100 expansion. So just understand, this is not the scenario we want. You need to see bear step in at $112,000. So That's what I have on Bitcoin. Volatility on the monthly is the lowest ever recorded, telling you that a move is coming. Now is not the time to sign off. Now is the time to lock in, pay attention, and play the levels that you know and respect. So that's Bitcoin. We can go now quickly. We'll gauge tether dominance. This was important. This was guiding my bias on potentially seeing our shorts get filled, right? Remember, we had that bias that, at this point, we might go down to that 4.4%. That's where you need to start scaling shorts because that's a big zone. Well, we're there now. So we're at 4.4%. You've lost the daily 9. You've hit the daily 21. The daily 21 is a big spot for us. And so now all this is going to look like is a throwback. You need this zone to hold above 4.4%, still solidifies my bear bias on Bitcoin. Mind you, this has an inverse relationship to Bitcoin. Tether dominance goes up, Bitcoin will go down. So on this move on Bitcoin, very cool. It's right up to resistance, but this again just played directly into our tether dominant analysis. This doesn't really make me very bearish on tether dominance. That can quickly change, right? You start losing the daily 34. You start taking out this wick low. Yeah, I mean, it's going to really start looking like you're going to start testing 3.79 to 4% again. But until then, this is looking like it literally did a swipe down, hit support, spring, and then you've just been slowly grinding up. That's what you want in like bottoms, slow grind up, bullish structure, reclaim before a pop. Right? So tether dominance still looks very good, although apparently to crypto Twitter, we're so back. So, just be mindful of that. 2-day as well was guiding our bias that, yeah, you might see a rejection here. Would that really be a cause of concern? No, this isn't a 2-day buy trigger. This was a 2-day EMA 34 throwback. We were actually gauging for a little lower. So this still very well could go all the way to 4.39%, or specifically the 2-day 9. But this tells me that we were already gauging a pullback here. We got that. I need to then double down on my short idea. Because this, again, just doesn't look very bearish. Now, if you start losing 4.4%, deviating the mean line, yeah, that then could change things for me a bit. But until then, 4.4% is a big zone. We've seen 4.4% kind of hold and act as a spring zone. We've seen it very well hold here in this region chop scenario. But you got your bullish structure, you got your wick lows, and then you got your expansion. 2-day EMA 9 didn't get lost. Mean line at 4.4% held. This is what led you to a very nice, what was this? A 8%. Wow, 2-day candle. Very nice. Off the back of the 2-day 9, 17% move. That's insane. And that just, again, plays right into my hand on, well, if we're going to see a pullback on Bitcoin and get that $100,000, it's going to come from here for sure. It needs to hold 4.4%. It doesn't need to do this immediately. No, it can just simply hold. Just hold it. Hold the buy trigger. This will bait more longs for sure. And then you get your move up. This was bullish consolidation above what was resistance. And the 2-day has that BBWP setup finally firing off. So you want to be mindful of that. A move is coming. Volatility is firing off. Yes, you're getting expansion on a red candle, but that doesn't mean that this can get bought up or even just flip back in favor of, not even in favor. This is in favor of bulls. So you need to be aware of that. A red candle on BBWP expanding doesn't just mean, oh, we're breaking down now. This is it. No, this should just be a throwback, and then we move up into the next 2-day candle, which actually plays right into my hand on I need to see in the next day or two Bitcoin coming down. The longer you stay in this $112,000 region, the less of a chance bears will get of breaking it down. It's a race against time for bears. They need to sooner rather than later break us down. So then the 2-day actually tells me that on tether dominant perfectly. You may hold above the 34 into the new 2-day candle. You may get that move down. That could act as a spring before busting up. Could look just like this. You open up, you throw it back, spring. And right there, right? That 9% will take you right to that 2-day SMA 200, which was the last big spot. That was a big, big, big spot that we could not get above. I'll delete this so you can see. Right, this was the last spot you rejected before bigly breaking down. So then that tells me on the 2-day, you need to really look with that with caution. Nothing there on a weekly. Anything else in that 5% zone? No, weekly 9's at 4.69% for the culture. Love to see that. So it's going to be important. We'll see here what occurs. This is a precarious spot for tether dominance here. Right there. That's a very precarious spot. Up or down? Up or down? So tether dominance, watch very carefully, 4.4%. Understand the 2-day can come a little bit lower, and actually hit the 2-day 9 at 3.9%. I'm going to be gauging that as the bounce zone. That'll line up really nicely with our EMA 9 on the weekly getting hit. If it wants to load. It always doesn't want to load for some reason. EMA 9, and then I'll even just sprinkle in a daily median, so we all just remember with the EMA 21. So big spot, 112,500, big spot. We'll go to Bitcoin dominance now. Let me get a sip of water. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay, so we're getting that move up. Makes sense. You know, for me, it's hard because you could reject here. You can move down and then get that move to the monthly EMA 9, which actually is lined up nicely with the monthly median and EMA 5. So a lot of reason on why if you do move up, you should be gauging that as maybe your lower high spot, putting in bearish price structure before getting that lower low break. That will always be my idea when you lose a monthly 9. It may take time. That's the point. The longer they kind of chop here, the more people forget about this idea. And then when you do get that pop, it's like you've forgotten about your own idea. So for me, it's like whenever you lose a monthly 9, I'm going to use that as the play. Always. Why not? Something as strong as a monthly 9 holding this entire bull market needs to be respected as such. So I could talk about the, daily, 2-day, 5-day, whatever, but really you just need to see this monthly 9 either get reclaimed or rejected, and that'll be the easy trade for Bitcoin dominance. The fact that you've lost the monthly 9 puts us in very caution territory. This is not looking bullish to me. You very easily could get a bounce from here, but again, losing a monthly 9 that's been holding this entire bull market needs to be looked at as a bearish retest. So, and you don't know if it's a bearish retest. That's the point. You don't know if it's going to be a bullish reclaim or a bearish retest. That is why the only play is to wait, watch, and see what occurs on a move up to that zone. You start seeing weakness on the daily, 4-hour, 12-hour, while you're at a monthly EMA 9 after it just got lost. That's then when you can start taking positioning. Like, oh yeah, daily EMA 100 is rejecting right where the monthly 9 is. That's an actionable setup. Let me try to punt that trade right here. Lost it, was support, never retested it. So even if you got to move up to that zone, would be a bearish retest anyways. And daily volatility is supporting maybe a move is coming here. So if you do see a nice move, maybe Ethereum, gets a pullback here. If this occurs, you should be gauging this as a big spot to reject, and Bitcoin dominance is very bearish to me. Can quickly change. I'll get very bullish on Bitcoin dominance if you get back above 62.4%, 62.42%. Yeah. Now, be aware, this isn't breakdown. You did lose the 21, so you very easily could at this point move down, hit the meme line and then get a bounce, or even go to the 34 and then get a bounce. The point is that you're at a closer bounce spot than not. So you are trading Bitcoin dominance. I don't know if you could. This is just more the spot you want to be paying attention. You can easily get wicks, but you need to be watching that monthly 9. That's just kind of your easy gauge. It may take a month or two to get there, but it will retest this. It always does. It just takes time. It may take a few months, but it will eventually retest it. And then that's where you're going to get a very easy play, either a reclaim or a retest, and that'll be the big rejection, essentially. Now, I'll quickly go to ETH BTC since we're looking at Bitcoin dominance. I want to just gauge and see what this looks like. I'm just like, oh, cool. So we're still above 366. So still bullish to me. So yeah, maybe then we might get a little more pullback on Bitcoin dominance. It's a quick gauge when you know what to look at. 366 is a big spot for ETH BTC. And as long as you're above 366, this will be like the big spot for where like alt season or just a massive green dildo party on ETH can occur. I'm just simply referencing previous times. It's like this. You broke out or so back. At this point, I would have been calling for a retest here. You got it. And then that's what led you to Nirvana. So then here, oh gosh, here you've busted up, calling for a pullback. We did. And so if you get that pullback to specifically the weekly 9 and 366, you need to be looking at that as a big bounce zone. And even the HPDR is telling you this is still in breakout mode. Yes, you're at extreme volatility, but this could easily start coming down, get a contraction on volatility, and then even, as crazy as this sounds, start moving up and have volatility contract still. That just ultimately means bulls are in control. When you get a volatility contraction, when price is still going up strong, I mean, that just hashtag Palantir. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm actually not kidding. Palantir is very strong. Yeah. I like looking at CME. It's what the institutions trade. Is there a CME premium? There is. So there's some spot bidding on CME. But still, this is not bullish. Like the CME view is not bullish at all. And you can just see where we last rejected. And actually, do my eyes foresee me? Deceive me? Let me see here. So you lost the weekly 9 here. And this was the first loss of it. So yeah, all this is just going to come in and maybe solidify this being resistance. You still haven't gotten that solidification of resistance of the weekly 9 on CME. That's an interesting point, actually. Because while Bitcoin, right, has lost the weekly 9, has retested it, rejected, and is now coming back to the zone, you're potentially just putting in a fresh setup on CME, which is it didn't lose it here. You then lost it in last week, and now into this week, you're just putting in a bearish retest and just getting a reaction off the 21. Only way this doesn't solidify is simply if you get back above the weekly 9, or you start reclaiming back above 100. Well, I guess for CME, it's right in that $113,000 region. There's a little premium on CME. So when I see something like this, where it's at $113,000, right? Okay, then let's go to Bitcoin. That most likely then means, yeah, 112,500 is the spot. And that, again, just lines up with weekly MA9 and daily median. Because there's a little premium. So this actually, yeah, that actually makes me more bearish. So let's all watch the reaction here and maybe even start adding to the shorts once CME hits the zone. Because keep in mind, Tether dominance is simply going in for that 2-day EMA9 retest. We're very close, boys. We're very close. This will be, if I'm, possibly wrong, not really wrong, but if we're going to get invalidated, it's important. So we shall know very soon. Watch very carefully this zone. And honestly, I'd start scaling shorts in this region. So that's all I have.
All right. Let's get into the Bitcoins. Are we having fun with our Bitcoin? Are we having a... Oh, I thought I was muted for a second because I didn't hear you anyone respond. But I know I unmuted myself. So I will get back to it. Are we having fun with our Bitcoin? We're having a lot of fun with our Bitcoin. We're getting a little short squeeze right now. We're getting them all out. We're getting them all taken out before we nuke it, before we give the presidential liquidation. So we'll start with the 4 hour right now. We're getting a move back over this 100 EMA. We just want to see the close over that 100 EMA, and that will give us a move towards this 200, which is that $114,000 area that Alex was talking about. Right now, we are still holding over 112, and as long as 112 is holding, that would give you that move to the 114s. And even if you do test the 114s, it would still just be a lower high in a series of lower highs. If you notice, last time we had our last major lower high, it was at this 200 SMA right here. 200 SMA right now is at that $114,000 area. Let's go to which other time frame was it I just saw? This one right here, the 8 hour. If you look at the 8 hour, we have lost the 200. We haven't come back to test that 200 ever since, and also we have a lower high right over here. It would be a very Bitcoin-like fucky move to come down to this meme line, get a bounce back up, finally retest this 200, take out this previous major lower high, take out all the liquidity in this zone, and then dump it towards the daily 200, which we're going to get to in the daily. Go to the 12 hour. 12 hour is also starting to reclaim this 200, which if you do get a solid reclaim of that, that would take you to the 100. It's sitting somewhere around that $113,000 area. And once you're getting over 113, you're going to be taking out right around this area of this previous major lower high, and more likely to go up to that 114,200 SMA. Let's go to the daily now. Daily is currently over the median. We're approaching this silver cross to the downside right now. Somewhere around 112 is going to be our resistance zone. If you start to get over that, that's what's going to take us into the 113s, which takes out your previous lower high, taking you somewhere around $114,000. And right now, our top 38.2% is sitting somewhere around $114,000, and it's very close to this previous lower high. Not that close. This is at like 117. So if you did get a move up to here, I would take it as a gift and be able to short this area with a stop loss right up there, and that would give you a risk of about, let's see, 2%, versus you would be looking for a test of this 100 at a minimum first, which is about 3.5% in your favor. But ultimately, I'm looking for this 200 SMA to get tested on the daily, and that's like 11% in your favor. Pretty good risk to reward right there. And then if we also check we currently have a silver cross at the downside, we'll see what happens whenever we had these previous silver crosses. Because usually, more often than not, you will get a test of that 200 sooner rather than later rather than not, or sooner rather than later when you get that silver cross to the downside. You have a silver cross to the downside in a daily downtrend, you came down to this 200 SMA. Silver cross to the downside, daily downtrend, 200 SMA. Silver cross to the downside, daily downtrend, 200 SMA. This is one where we didn't hit the 200 SMA, but the difference is, where did we go to? We went to the 100% range on the HPDR. So that's good enough to not hit the 200 SMA, considering how strong of a support the 100% range is right now, is. Let's look at where the 100% range is at the moment. It's all the way down at $89,000. So it's a lot more likely that this 200 is going to get tapped versus that time around where the 200 was significantly below the 100%. So that's not really a failure of the silver cross hitting the 200 because we hit the 100%. And probabilities are a lot more relevant than EMAs. Silver cross to the downside, daily downtrend, 200 SMA. Silver cross to the downside, daily downtrend, 200 SMA. I think you guys get the idea. Basically, every single time, unless we're already at the 100% range on the HPDR, we have tested the 200 SMA after that silver cross. So that gives us a range, tells us that even if we do get that 114 zone, I would be shorting that area and keeping, and this would be my ultimate stop loss at right around 117,450. And from there, I am looking for that 200 SMA to get tapped. The invalidation for that 200 SMA to get tapped is going to be two ways. One is going to be getting over about 117,411, or if you go to the weekly, it's going to be getting a weekly close over the 9 EMA, which right now is at about 112,800, $113,000. Either one of those two things happen, then I'm going to be pretty bullish for another, at the very least, a retest of somewhere around like $119,000, $120,000. And at that point, you're probably going to bust the new all-time highs. Because if you look at what happens on the weekly, when you reclaim the 9 EMA, you just bust up. See it also right here, reclaim the 9 EMA, busted. Right there, busted. Right over here, just straight up busted. Every single time you reclaim that weekly 9 EMA, you bust to new all-time highs. That would be my invalidation, and if we do reclaim that weekly 9 EMA, I'm going to be max longing for, at the very least, current all-time highs, but likely we're going to go to new all-time highs. All right. 2 days now currently right at that 38.2%, right at that 9 EMA. Big zone of resistance right over here. If you can get above this area, that's what activates that move into the high 113s to 114. Right now, momentum is pointed to the upside on the 2-day with volatility contracting. What was it on the daily? Daily is also pointed to the upside on momentum with volatility contracting. Daily is starting to give a buy signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone. Kind of gives me more confluence that we might go a little bit higher towards that 113s to 114 area. And the reason why I'm starting to switch from the 112 zone is because I was expecting more of a rejection around this zone. Although, since we're not really getting a rejection, plus the other signs coming together, starting to lead me towards thinking we might go to 113.7 to 114. 5 days now sitting right at that 21 EMA, getting a bounce off of the 21. We're sitting over, a little bit over the 38.2%. That would, if we can continue to hold over this 38.2% right at around $112,000, gives us a move into somewhere around the 9 EMA, which is right at that $114,000 zone. The weekly, we already did the weekly. So the momentum is starting to flip back up on the weekly, starting to get close to getting out of the bearish control zone, but it's still below the moving average, still in a more bearish posturing. And the 5-day still has that jewel cross where we have the pink cross freshly crossing below the yellow in the bullish control zone. This usually gives you some pretty significant results and would line up with that move towards somewhere around $101,000. It doesn't mean you can't get a bounce in between. Let's see the index. Index is currently pointed to the downside on momentum, with volatility just about to start going into a contraction phase. So likely it's going to be a long-term high or low, but and it's possible that it's played out as long as you're still holding over that 2-week 9 EMA. If you can hold over the 2-week 9 EMA and then get a close over this 5, that's also would be enough for me to close my shorts and be looking for somewhere around, at the very least, current all-time highs to be tapped. But based on where the median is at that point, that's going to be a more relevant target. Right now, the median is sitting at about $130,000, but it is going to move. Let's go to the monthly now. Monthly is right at that 5 EMA. It came down to retest basically perfectly at that 5 EMA at about $107,000, $108,000. As long as the monthly is holding the 5 EMA, can't really be looking for lower. Going to be on a closing basis, that is. And closing like this would give you a move into the median, which right now is at about $130,000. Start to close below the 5 EMA. That's where you're going to be looking for the 9 to get hit, and the 9 right now is at that perfect $101,000 area. So if you do continue to get that move to the downside, the 200 SMA on the daily right now lines up perfectly with the monthly 9 EMA. And basically those two things are enough to tell you that even if we're going to be bullish or bearish, we're likely going to get a big reaction off of this zone, which is why you want to, even if you're leaning more bearish, it would be a pretty good idea to at the very least open some hedge longs at that monthly 9 EMA. It's going to be one of those things where it's hindsight afterwards that you could have just bid the monthly 9 EMA and you would have made money. Right now, monthly momentum is starting to flip back to the upside. If this does confirm flipping back to the upside, this is going to put in several drives of hidden bullish divergence on the HPDR momentum, and that'll send us pretty easily to that 130 zone. Right now, it's not confirmed yet. We still got 27 days to keep this momentum to the upside. The the Jewel is also now still giving a buy signal, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's two periods now on the buy signal. Let's go to RSI. Any low time frame divergence? Nope, not there. This one's about to close. No divergence here either. 3 hours of fresh silver cross. This was one of those silver crosses where we get such a busting action move that the 9 EMA is pulled into the price. Assuming we get a close over this 100, if you do want to be aggressive, you could use the 100 as your entry for a little quickie long into the 200, and then you would have this wick low as your stop loss. Not bad. No divergence. Now getting volatility expansion. Come on, give us some divergence on the low time frames. There we go. That's nice to see. Hourly is about to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. That's going to be 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over about 111,898, and that will give you an easy target of hitting the critical zone, which right now is sitting at about 114,997. Interesting. That's exactly at that top 38.2% at 114.9. 30-minute is now invalidating the hidden bearish divergence. That would give you a target of the critical zone. That right now is at about 113.2. 15-minute now has put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which we were looking for to happen on the hourly. This will be active as long as you're closing over $111,055. Next target is the bullish control zone, which sits at about 112,250, and then the critical zone, which is pretty likely considering the volatility setup now from below the 15%, that sits at about 114. Cycle. 12 hours got many drives of bullish divergence. This will give you a target of the bullish control zone. Sits currently at also 114. Come on. 2 days now putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over about 109,893. That will give you an easy target of the neutral zone, which right now sits at, oh, what do you know, 114.9. And it's interesting to see the bullish divergence appear with volatility expansion for many periods of 0%. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll get a volatility setup because that comes to the momentum, which I'm pretty sure is going to be pointed to the downside, but it does give you a nice move into that 114 zone. 5 days still got regular bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 117,440. And your next target on that divergence is the neutral zone, which right now sits at about 108,380. Come on. Come on. Sometime today. You can do it. There we go. 2 weeks still has many drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 117,630. And your next target is the neutral zone, which right now is at about $94,000. And we got 11 days before that updates. Monthly still has that active hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Price made a higher low. This will be active as long as you're closing above about 107,412. Next target on the divergence is going to be currently the simple moving average, which right now sits at about 117.8, and then is the critical zone, which right now is at about 172. This number likely updates. Of Quarterly, still got that same hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. And the targets right now is at about $201,000. Now we will shift to Tether. Tether still got bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.24%. Next target is the neutral zone, which right now is at about 3.94. Monthly's also got hidden bearish divergence. They're going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.26%, would give you an easy target of this 100. And we have another drive of hidden bearish divergence possible, which will confirm with any close below about 3.96%. Those will all give you an easy target of hitting somewhere between 3.26% and 4.19%. And that gives you a perfect zone of that 3.5 for that 100. Monthly is 2 weeks got hidden bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.57%. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now is 3.3, pretty close to that 100. We're about to get a pretty bearish cross on the jewel as well, with the pink crossing below the yellow soon. Nothing there, nothing there. 2 days now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, just like Bitcoin is putting in regular bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below 4.45%. That'll give you an easy target of the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 4.03%. And we're now getting volatility expansion from 0%, getting above the 15%, with hidden bearish divergence approaching. That's interesting to see. Four hours now invalidating the hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion. Maybe we get that slight move up to tap 114s, and then we can dump it. 2 hours now putting in a silver cross to the downside. We're losing the 200 SMA. A little lower. Just some degenerate time frames. Hourly is now putting in hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about 4.41%. That's going to give you a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about 4.32. It's not that much lower. Even the 15-minute has hidden bearish divergence. That'll give you a target of the critical zone. That's also at 4.31%. Now we'll go to momentum. Go to index. Change this from 1 to 0. Oops. Monthly is still pointed to the upside. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows at 8%, looking for that next setup to fire off. Whenever volatility does start expanding above 15% and close, we will have a probability of moving in the direction of momentum, whatever direction momentum is. And as of right now, momentum is going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over $102,500. And we're putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low, and we're maintaining in the critical zone. The last time momentum flipped up within the critical zone was right over here. Oh, fuck, I moved my meme line. Right over here. This is the last time in 2017. This is the only time ever where momentum managed to flip back up within the critical zone. And how much of a move up did we get after momentum flipped back up? It was pretty wild. We'll take this one right here. About 800% to the upside. Little warning, I don't think we're going to do 800%, 850%, because that'll put Bitcoin at like $1 million. But we should see a pretty decent size move. Not 800%, but pretty decent. Watch it go to $1 million by the end of the year.
Kathy Wood.
She did say $1.3 million.
There you go. I'm sure she's right.
What a crazy thing to say.
I know.
This is so stupid.
You know what?
Bitcoin's
right now, the algorithm, the stupidest shit that you say and the stupider you are, the more views you'll get.
Oh, so then I
It's
should say we're
incredible.
going to go to $13 million.
Yes.
There
And
you
if
go.
we don't, like, no one will be mad. No one will ever clip you. It's
They're
only
just
when you,
just to the downside. That's when they're mad.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. That's why Kathy Wood has never fucked up, even though nothing has ever happened that she says.
God.
All right, so we're going to $13 million by the end of the year.
There you go. Now there you go, motherfucker. There you go. Now we're learning.
We're all gonna be rich as fuck. We're going to $13 million by the end of the year. We're max long. We'll
Yes.
be set. We're all
Yeah.
buying villas in Dubai. We'll be neighbors.
Yeah.
Love it.
On the 2-week, we still have momentum flipped to the downside with that bearish divergence on the RSI, and we're going to be and we have bearish divergence on the stochastic as well, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below 117,050. Very close to invalidating this 2-week setup though, because volatility has now dropped below 15%. Hasn't closed, so it's still active, but it's close to invalidating. Weekly, come on. Weekly is also currently flipped to the downside with bearish divergence. Do we have volatility expansion? No. It tried to expand, but then once again rejected and started contracting. But we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below 118,350, and we're losing the bullish control zone now. Last time we put in that move, we corrected all the way down to the 55 EMA, where we flipped down and lost the bullish control zone. The 55 EMA right now puts us at about like $95,000. Interesting. We just saw an RSI target of $95,000. 5 days also sitting at 2 periods of 0%, very close to firing off the setup, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below $122,600. And we're currently losing the bullish control zone on the 5-day. Last time we lost the bullish control zone and had a volatility setup. That volatility setup fired off to the downside. Let's see how much of a move we had at that point from momentum losing the bullish control zone. Take it right there. About 20% to the downside, 22% to the downside. So let's assume we get it from here, somewhere around 114. Take it 20% down. Sheesh. Brings us to like $91,000. What is the monthly 9 at? Monthly 9 is at, I forget, 101. Significantly lower than the monthly 9. Let's forget we saw that. That didn't happen. 2 days now. Oh, there we go. With that volatility setup with the bullish divergence. So although we do have bullish divergence appearing on the 2-day, we do have this volatility setup firing off to the downside right now, where we have volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, getting above that 15%, getting well above the 15%, and you are currently flipped down as long as you're closing below 111,950. This will flip up in about 9 hours, but probability is you will close below this number. If you don't close below this number and you start to flip up, that's when it's the hopium starts to become more alive for breaking the current rejective high of around $117,000 and sending us back to new all-time highs, but it will not confirm it. All it will really do is just give you a move towards 114s. If you can start to reclaim that area, then it gives you more hopium of taking out that 117 lower high. Daily is currently flipped to the upside. Volatility is now going into contraction phase, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 109,100. And you're still within the bearish control zone. However, it's projected to on this next open to be around this 30. So maybe in about 3 opens, it'll take you toward, or 2 or 3 take you towards the edge of the bearish control zone. And in that 2 or 3 periods of upside momentum is where I'm looking for that move into the somewhere around 113 to $114,000. 4 hours currently flipped up as well, with volatility now going into an expansion phase. Goes more along with my idea of tapping that 200 SMA, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $111,500. Alrighty, let's go into on the higher time frames. Bitcoin is still looking long term quite quite bullish to me. We're still holding over that monthly 5 EMA. 2-week is still sitting at that at the 9 EMA. We have hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. We have Tether putting in bearish divergences basically across the board. We have regular hidden bearish divergence appearing on the 2-day on Tether, whereas Bitcoin is putting in bullish divergence on the 2-day. We have bullish divergences on all the lower time frames. We do have momentum flipping up on the 4-hour and the daily, with volatility supporting it on the 4-hour. And we have set up from the 100 SMA to the 200 on the 4-hour, which would put us somewhere around that $114,000 area. I do plan to max short 114. Stop loss right at that 117-ish rejected lower high. And as long as we are below that area, sooner rather than later, we are going to tap that daily 200 SMA, which is currently sitting right around $101,000. So on the low time frames, the momentum pointed up. I am thinking we can slightly move higher into tapping somewhere around high 113s to 114s. Do think that area will reject, and we'll get a move down from there into somewhere around like 101s. And assuming 101s holds, then we likely will put in some hidden bullish divergence and send it to new all-time highs. If 101 does not hold, then the next area you got to look for is somewhere around $95,000 based off of the bearish divergence targets. And at that area, it becomes a lot more sus to go to new all-time, as the kids say, sus to go to new all-time highs, because you're going to be taking out your previous major low of 98,330. It's not impossible. It is likely possible to get a very strong bounce in there and end up closing over like 102,000. That keeps the hopium alive for sending it back up. Although it's going to be a very, very, very critical spot at that point for bulls to put in a massive buyback and send it back up. Otherwise, we're likely going to go below $80,000, probably below $70,000, and somewhere around like $70,000 to $60,000 is where I think we'll get our first bounce. Not sure if that'll be the reversal. Probably not, to be honest. Probably going to go into somewhere around 50s to 40s for the bear market bottom. That's just my opinion. It's not really based on anything scientific or any reasoning behind it. I just think $69,000 is a little too high of a bottom. Likely probably going to be, my opinion is a little bit lower than that. But that only happens if we do start to lose either the monthly 9 EMA on a closing basis, or you break below your $98,000 low and fail to reclaim it. I'd say in like a weekly closing basis. If you fail to reclaim that $98,000 low, probably it's fucked at that point. But to cut it short term, I think we get a little bit of a bounce, rejection, and then end up moving down to tap that daily 200.
All right. Can I share with you my price prediction target for the bear market?
Yes, please.
$17 million. $17 million.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay. That's the lowest Bitcoin's
Beautiful.
ever going to go. Everyone that bought Bitcoin is a genius, just so you guys know. So now it's only going to go up. That's right. That's absolutely right.
Oh, so
no,
for your...
if I'm being completely just honest and cut the bullshit, I would say there is no way the people that bought ETFs are not going to take a bath.
Yeah.
There's no way. Like, I'm sorry. There's no fucking way. They're just, oh, you bought an ETF? You were never a negative on Bitcoin. You're good. God bless you. Can I suck your cock while you're at it? Is there anything else I can do? Get the fuck out of here. Those people need to panic too. I've seen a lot of people going like, I bought with the ETF. My cost basis is 47, 48, 49. Those people got to be shut the fuck up. It's not like Bitcoin cares about like the price, right? When it goes down, it cares about like, oh, well, those are institutions. So remember, it's not the institutions. It's the people that buy it, and the institutions make the money from the arbitration of it, right? So, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think everyone that bought an ETF needs to take a fucking cold shower too. And that's why I see under the ETF pricing too.
That'll put us at like $40,000, high 30s.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Because that's scary enough for people to be like, oh, well, it's just fucking cooked. Everyone said that it couldn't go down below 60 or 50. You know what I mean? Like, just a few more levels down would be enough for people to be scared. So, and again, I could be absolutely wrong. Everything I'm saying is based on absolute facts and science. You can look it up in the dictionary, people. Look it up.
I love it when people say it can't go below this price, and I'm thinking, why not?
Yeah, no, well, because, you know, they were told by the TV, by CNN, or their favorite fucking little guy that speaks on YouTube that tells them, Bitcoin will never go down this. You keep buying every dip. That's why, because those people, like I said, the stupider you are, the better for the algorithm. And actually, there's a phenomenon called the stupid smart, in my view, which is the people that dress up nicely, say the right thing, sound smart, but they're complete fucking morons. A big one in that club is George Gammon. Look up George Gammon. He's a very stupid, very smart person.
George Gammon. I don't think I've ever seen him. Oh, let me see.
Those are my favorite type of people because they think they're geniuses.
It's
funny.
so hard to understand that these people, like, he's always wrong. It's unbelievable. Like, but he understands the concepts and breaks down. So he's really good at explaining things that you can learn in a book. Like, really good at that. But when it comes to like applying it into things, he's terrible at it. So those people right now, this is like their time. This is like when NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys were going on. These guys are the boy bands right now. That's what's hot on the internet. Like, they'll promote anyone that's smart stupid. They'll promote everything related to that right now. It's amazing. So if anyone sounds smart and can wear a nice little sweater or a nice shirt online and can just recite whatever they read on a book, you should get online right now, because you'll make the most money. And this comes from someone that's been online since 2007 on YouTube and Twitter and terrible things.
Watch me come on the next stream with a nice suit on.
I know you will. A nice little pocket square.
Hey boys, how you doing?
All righty. For the next ones, we got TLT and ETH.
All right, I'll do ETH.
I'll do TLT.
You'll do the boomer stuff, Farhan.
Imagine that. Pull out my briefcase, open it up, take out my notepad, and be like, I do all my charting by hand.
Oh, hang on. There's a dude named Gregory Manarino that does that. He doesn't know how to share screens, so he'll do a live stream and he's got papers and he puts the paper on screen. So he's like, You see this line that I drew? So there's everything. Everything you can imagine that sounds completely ridiculous in your mind, it exists and it's popular and there's a ton of people following it. It's amazing.
I love the internet.
Reality is amazing. Yes. Ok. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Y ¿saben qué? Podemos apreciar esta belleza en los Bitcoin. Denme un segundo a ver si es cierto. Sí, yo me atrevería a poner una línea por acá, más o menos, que siga al 34. Una vez que rompa esto a la baja, esa va a ser mi primera advertencia de que algo está quebrado. ¿Se acuerdan? Justamente hablamos el lunes de esto. Y ahí está todavía circulado. Y les dije que el precio de Bitcoin, por más que todo el mundo estaba esperando este rechazo, iba a ser puro palo porque todo el mundo lo puede ver y lo está esperando. Por ende, yo esperaba mínimo esta zona siendo importante, y ahora tenemos un cruce plateado y tenías que retestar el cruce plateado justo acá en los 12,500. 12,500 para mí ahora que ya cambió esto, bueno, no cambió, simplemente ocurrió. No he entrado todavía, he tenido mucha paciencia este mes. La paciencia siempre paga, honestamente, y no lo puedo creer que yo sea el que esté diciendo eso. Les había puesto que aquí hay una invalidación en los 13,500, ¿ok? Yo creo que podemos coquetear con un poco arriba de esto. Por acá, más o menos. Ahora, esto es lo que yo creo. Y también Farhan justo está diciendo algo así. Y Alex también, entre 12,500 y 13,200, más o menos. Yo creo que esto, justamente el tope de esto, 112,500 con poco apalancamiento o aquí arriba, sería una excelente entrada para un corto. Ahora, ¿por qué dirían corto, güey? Ve, qué bonita. Una vela verde, 2 velas verdes, 3 velas verdes diarias, güey. ¿Qué pedo? pues sigues todavía en tendencia bajista, no te has llevado este máximo. Este máximo está en high 113,480, pero el truco es esta vela. Son 113,645. Podría ocurrir algo entre estas dos. Y ahora, lo que a Bitcoin le gusta hacer, y recuerden esto, es cuando consolida y hace nuevos mínimos, ¿no? Que se parece consolidación alcista y hace nuevos mínimos, normalmente explota al alza. Y cuando consolida solamente para arriba, el movimiento a la baja va a ser más agresivo. Y es lo que estamos viendo. Además de que justamente antes de que llegáramos a esta zona y todo el mundo estaba cantando para abajo, también dijimos ¿qué fue? El viernes, que esta zona para mí es muy importante, los 107,327. Y no lo rompimos. Digo, lo wiqueaste tantitito, lo pueden ver ahí así con un pelo púbico de rana, ¿no? Aquí, por nada, te lo llevaste a 3,247, menos de $100. Nada mal. Aguantó, tuvimos el rebote que esperábamos y estábamos justamente ahorita preparando. Y pueden ver esta resistencia de mi línea meme, la fricción, zona de fricción, ya saben, en mis tablas, está perfectamente aguantando ahorita. Y normalmente lo que yo quiero analizar es qué es lo que está viendo la gente ahora que ya entiendo trading. Digo, hasta cierto punto, ¿no? Sigo siendo un pendejo. En todo. Pero ahora que entiendo trading, puedo ver qué es lo que haría todo el mundo, ¿no? Si tienes tantito cerebro y aprendiste trading, de acuerdo al librito, güey, vas a hacer un corto acá, por supuesto, aquí está el 21. No nada más eso, voy a poner mi stop loss justamente acá. Entonces, ¿por qué digo que el precio puede venir acá y de acá caer? Fue por lo mismo que dije ¿cuál fue la última la de cuando se fue a 117,300? Porque técnicamente hablando no debería de ocurrir. Pero si yo soy el mercado, y recuerden, el mercado no está comprometido o no está hecho, ni forjado, ni movido por tú con tus $30 jugando en futuros, ni el tío Salo con sus $25 jugando en futuros, ni comprando acciones de Tesla con 100, 200, 300 mil dólares. No, son los fondos que tienen trillones de dólares los que dictan cómo se mueve el mercado. Si entiendes eso, entiendes que esta tabla te está invitando a cometer errores. Esto es como yo lo veo, ¿ok? Ahora, si este análisis no les sirve de nada, bien, solamente se los estoy explicando por si les funciona de algo. Pero justamente acá es donde yo veo la probabilidad del rechazo. Como la en la secundaria con la vieja que te gustaba, ahí es donde yo la veo. Y una vez que rechacemos, porque la idea es, no dejes que todo el mundo se trepe. Aquí lo que está haciendo, manteniendo el precio aquí abajo, es dándole a toda esta gente la idea que ya chingaron en este corto. Y una vez que se los lleve de corbata, van a decir, no hay pedo, no se va a llevar esto. Y una vez que se lleve esto, todos se van a salir. Y aquí es donde la zona de los 114, 113 altos juega. No tiene que seguir reglas técnicas. En realidad, Bitcoin, cuando consolida y se ve bajista la consolidación, es cuando se vuelve alcista. Y cuando Bitcoin consolida, que se ve muy alcista la consolidación, es bajista. Es lo que la mayor cantidad de veces. ¿Qué factores más tengo? Y esto es una tabla diaria. Tengo este cruce plateado. El retesteo del 9, pero el retesteo del cruce. Y el 55 está aquí arriba. Y el 34 está en los 113,48. ¿Qué ha pasado con el 34? Venimos, lo retomamos, hicimos un SFP. Un simple tapeo de por acá no le caería mal bueno, le caería mal a toda la gente entrando, usando simple análisis de cripto. Pero que suba tantito más, eso sería el castigo a todos, porque todas las invalidaciones posibles ya no llegan acá. Y eso quiere decir que muy poca gente se podría subir al movimiento agresivo que viene. Y viene un movimiento agresivo, sí, sí. A la alza o a la baja, por cierto. Y obviamente esto sería invalidado una vez que te lleves los 100, una vez que regreses a esta zona. Pueden ver acá esta línea meme. Una vez que regresemos a esta zona y estemos por arriba de ella, olvídate de nuestra tesis bajista, pero el pedo es eso, es un gap gigantesco en el precio. Estamos en 112 ahorita y queremos 116,200. Es lo que buscamos, ¿ok? Y esto es solamente para empezar. Esto solamente fue para abrir el análisis de Bitcoin. Por supuesto que temporalidades altas continúan siendo muy alcistas y viéndose muy bien, aunque Bitcoin nos está pintando esta vela topera, pero por ahora continuamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos, estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios, no hemos ido a retestear el promedio trimestral desde el último, que fue abril, el del 5, y el 9 no lo hemos tocado desde el setup de jamás, muy explosivo a la alza. Y eso quiere decir que hay mucha fuerza. ¿Cuándo vamos a venir a retestear el promedio del 9? Ahí yo creo que es donde va a ser el primer susto del mercado. ¿Qué pasó en el mercado del 2021? Tuvimos el putazo en el 2020 a la alza y no retestea. El 9 no aguantó. En cuanto caímos del 9, valió verga. Y eso fue el principio del fondo, ¿me entienden? Esta zona. El 9 no aguantó. Fue un tap y a la verga. Entonces, si venimos hasta los $73,000 y nos lo llevamos para abajo, no va a regresar y va a ser la oportunidad de compra de tu vida. Lo que favorece es esto, porque una vez que lo retomaste una sola vela, tuviste este movimiento a la alza. El promedio del 9 trimestral en Bitcoin es una excelente forma de poder ver y medir el riesgo que existe para ti. Saber que lo que todo el mundo te va a decir cuando lleguemos acá, a esta zona. Compra, güey. Apenas nunca ha tocado el 9 trimestral, güey. Va a ser la oportunidad de tu vida. Y lo que va a hacer es esto y pito. Y ahí todo el mundo se va a quedar de qué vergas. Ahora, otra cosa que quiero traer a la puerta es, todo el mundo ha sido oficialmente convencido que Bitcoin no va a bajar de $50,000. A la verga. No, es imposible. Pero los ETFs, mis hermanos, los ETFs fueron por ahí de los 47, entre 43 y 47. Esa gente nunca en su vida va a tener pérdidas de Bitcoin. Recuerden, no son los fondos comprando los ETFs. Los fondos están arbitrando los ETFs y ganando de los fees. Es como lo del Stablecoin Genius Act, donde nosotros le vamos a comprar la deuda que les está dando dinero a Meta, a Google, a todas las empresas grandes. Nosotros somos los pendejos. Ellos se llevan sin riesgo alguno el dinero de arbitraje. Lo mismo con esos ETFs. Para mí, esto tiene que ir más abajo de lo de los ETFs, para que toda esa gente también coma mierda. Y recuerda, Bitcoin le vale verga, ¿no? A mí me dijeron en el ciclo pasado, Bitcoin no puede caer de ¿cuánto era? Aquí, de $20,000. Es imposible porque fue el tope del ciclo pasado y eso nunca ha pasado. Cayó abajo de eso. Entonces, que no, lo único que quiero que entiendan es, no existe el es imposible en el mercado. ¿Ok? Todo se puede dar. Y todo lo que todo el mundo aprende normalmente es lo que va a pasar al contrario. Si no, todo el mundo sería rico, si no, todo el mundo sería exitoso, si no, todo el mundo viviría en una mansión. Pero la realidad es que no. Por eso puedes escuchar tantas voces el día de hoy en línea, para que te confundan, para que creas que, no, pues güey, toda esta gente no puede estar equivocada. Ya verán. Por ahora, Bitcoin en la trimestral continúa en esa tendencia alcista, pero lo que sí y vale la pena apuntar es nuestra volatilidad. Continúa apuntando para abajo, buscando poder cruzar para abajo en la media. Se llega a dar esto, pues toda esta volatilidad que ha empujado desde el setup de jamás para arriba del punto más bajo se acabó y pues tendríamos una vez más el reinicio de este setup de volatilidad en la trimestral. Mensual. Mensual estamos coqueteando con el promedio del 5. El promedio del 9 es tocado normalmente y a veces puede cerrar un poco abajo. Es como la trampa perfecta. Lo hicimos acá en agosto del 2024. Ninguna de estas velas cerraron por debajo del promedio del 9, pero en el bull market pasado fue un poco de lo mismo. Coqueteamos con con el cierre debajo, pero una vez que tuviste 1, 2 cierres seguidos mensuales, a la mierda, debajo del 9, para que lo tengan muy, muy en mente. ¿Y por qué se los digo? Ahora, de nuevo, todo esto podría irse a máximos históricos siempre y cuando regresemos 117 y que continúe para arriba y que estos setups de volatilidad se den con ello. Bien, no estoy apostando de un lado ni del otro, estoy esperándome a ver qué vergas va a ser el precio para yo entrar. ¿Ok? Lo que quiero ver es que la gente se apanique. Y también otra cosa que me funciona muy bien es cuando me meto, por ejemplo, ahorita abro un corto, ¿no? Pongo 20X, $112,000. Y lo que veo es cuál es mi zona de margin call. Voy a apostar por esa zona de margin call. Me gusta. Porque te va a intentar sacar. Es el juego de esto. Y no es un accidente. Bitcoin, la volatilidad mensual, la tenemos en el punto más bajo de la tabla de toda la historia. Lo pueden ver acá que venimos de extremos cuando, bueno, este gráfico abrió y ahora estamos justamente acá en la parte más baja de toda la historia del gráfico, lo que nos permite dar un movimiento explosivo a la alza y venir a extremos. Y ahora eso podría darse para arriba o para abajo, ¿no? Les voy a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver. ¿Dónde estamos? En la mensual abrimos por debajo de la media bajó y esto nos dice que podríamos ir a retestear la media y la media nos debería rechazar, ir a buscar después el promedio del 9 en los 101 y de ahí los $92,000 para abajo. Eso sería como el primer movimiento. Ahora, llévate los 118, 119 y tío, $150,000 es tu siguiente objetivo en la parte alta de la zona azul. No es tan difícil de entender esto en simplemente viéndolo así. 2 semanas, otro setup de volatilidad. Y les voy a decir, porque van a ver todos estos setups de volatilidad en Bitcoin. Este es el bono a 10 años de Estados Unidos. ¿Están viendo cuánta nula volatilidad tiene? Tabla semanal, tabla de 2 semanas, tabla mensual, ¿no? La última vez que entramos acá fue el 17, caímos del 18, COVID. Aquí estás. Trimestral. Vean cómo está cayendo, cabrón. Y la última vez que llegamos a este punto, donde estamos, fue en el 90. Han pasado 35 años, hijo de puta, desde que ves la volatilidad. Me están diciendo que no va a pasar algo cabrón, sea a la alza o a la baja, ¿no? Del team que quieras. Dólar, quiere empezar a apuntar para arriba. Mensual, 2 semanas. Puedes ver, empieza a preparar los setups. Diaria, semanal, ¿no? Peso dólar, semanal, baja. 2 semanas, cayendo. Mensual, quiere darse la vuelta. Trimestral para abajo. Para mí los bonos va a ser la métrica más importante de todas. La pueden ver acá. Y una vez más, estás viendo eso en todos lados. Y está Bitcoin, que estamos viendo la de 2 semanas y ahora la semanal. Diaria. Estás acá con volatilidad a punto de caer. Este va a ser el principio, cuando veamos que la diaria cae otra vez por debajo y ahí es donde va a empezar el movimiento. 2 semanas por acá. Voy a regresar a esto. Algo muy cabrón está cocinándose. Lo puedo oler. No sé exactamente qué sea, pero lo puedo oler. Y huele bien. Porque no importa lo que pase, vamos a aprovechar el movimiento. No vamos a caer en pendejadas ahorita comprando en precios altos porque vamos a esperar a descuentos en todo. Y ahora, todo explota a la alza y qué chingón. Bien, estamos posicionados en otras cosas, ¿no? Sencillo. Eso quiere decir también la economía muy bien, a todos nos va a ir perfecto. Entonces, no hay nada de qué preocuparse. Simplemente estar pendiente para poder tomar ventaja de cualquier movimiento de estos. 2 semanas. Estamos por debajo de la media está en 119. Estos objetivos empiezan a subir. Al bajar y estar por debajo cuando abrimos de la media, nos da más probabilidad de venir a la parte baja de la zona azul que está en los $100,700. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 en los 110, 480. Una vez que pierdas eso, siguiente objetivo tiene que ser los $100,000. Una caída de 10%. Tranquila. Y por cierto, 10% en Bitcoin no es nada, güey. Un ajuste. Semanal. Ya estás por debajo de la parte baja de la zona azul. Estás rebotando el 50% de tu promedio del 21 que está en los 107,900. Y ahora vas a intentar meterte a la zona azul. ¿Qué hay importante acá? Y pueden verlo. Me gusta esta toma. Esto acaba de cambiar la forma en la que lo veo. 115,600. 115,600. Aparte tengo esta zona de fricción en los 116,200. Esta para mí va a ser mi oportunidad de un cortazo de no mames. Para mí, para el tío Salo. Me voy a esperar lento, tranquilo, a que se cocine este pedo bien, que huela rico, para venir y darle una mordida. ¿Por qué? Doble confluencia. Mis líneas memes, por más que líneas memes sean muy pendejas, me han funcionado perfecto. Perfecto. No voy a joder con eso y el promedio del 9. No lo voy a hacer. Voy a estar aquí, justamente. Y si aquí nos rechaza el 61,8%, el promedio del 34 es el siguiente objetivo. Porque ya veniste y te apoyaste en el 21 2 veces. Pum, pum, 2. Fue lo que tomó para irte a la verga en marzo. 1. No, ya lo tocamos, vamos para arriba, carnal. Qué chido. 115,600, zona de rechazo semanal y de ahí para abajo. Una vez más, ¿por qué? Porque en las temporalidades cortas a todo el mundo le está diciendo esto, que tienes que, la oportunidad del siglo está ahorita en este corto. Y ahora puede estar mal el tío Salo, completamente. 5 días, volatilidad nula. En la de 5 días también tengo mi promedio del 9 aquí arriba, en mi zona de fricción. La media está en los 119. Una vez más, $120,000 es lo que te pone ya máximos históricos. 116,200 en cierres te ponen la trayectoria para ir a buscar esos máximos históricos. Pero por ahora no estás por encima. Nuestro promedio semanal y el de 5 días está por acá en los 115,500. Después de caer una vez, no lo retesteaste, te retesteaste el promedio del 5, tienes que venir a retestear el promedio del 9 y tienes 1, 2, 3 velas tocando el 21. Una vez que lo retestes y regreses al 21, esta madre debe romperse tranquila, llevarte a los 109, 109 al 61,8% a los 100,000. Periodos de nula volatilidad también, preparando un setup potente en volatilidad. Lo pueden ver acá. Diaria. Tenemos 116, la parte alta de la zona azul. Estás peleándote justamente con tu media. Esto puede tranquilamente venir acá y llevarte para abajo. Invalidación, 117,400. Entre los 115,500 y 116. Me huele rico. Ahora, Farhan y Alex dicen 114 máximo para el corto y de nuevo, ellos son los que saben. Yo estoy acá solamente compartiendo mi opinión porque es lo que se me hinchan los huevos a hacer. Pero tengo que decirles honestamente, ellos son los que saben lo que están haciendo, yo no. Así que antes de escuchar a mis pendejadas, piensen lo que ellos están diciendo. Vamos a ver la de 12 horas, cómo empieza a pintar. 12 horas, estamos por encima del SMA 200. Estamos a punto de recuperar el 34. Esta zona, los 112. Una vez que lo subas, mínimo te va a llevar a los 114, el 61,8%, y ahí es donde puedo encontrar confluencia de lo que está diciendo Farhan. Pero tranquilamente podríamos, sin problema, dar un salto hasta acá, llevarnos todas estas invalidaciones que nadie estaría esperando y bolas, güey. Ahora, esto puede rechazar. Justo tienes el promedio del 100 acá, que lo perdiste, ni siquiera lo rechazaste y te mandó al pito. Y ese promedio del 100 está en los 113,85. 4 horas. 114,500 está acá, el 78%, y el 88,3% justo en la línea meme en los 116,200. 114,500, SMA 200, 4 horas. Bueno, esta fue una excelente oportunidad. Imagínate el bajadón que te dio. Acá. Y ahora, si lo viste, lo habías hecho un SP antes, luego un poco más débil, luego ya ni lo tocaste, si lo vas a retestear, tienes que romperlo tantito, en mi opinión, para agregar a mi bias, ¿no? De acá arriba. Simplemente vean el movimiento que se dio acá una vez que te rechazó. Esto fue lo de Trump. Un 8%, en un 10X es un 80% en tu trade. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Bastante bien, ¿eh? Bastante bueno, bastante fácil para todos ustedes. Ahí les va. Ya me quito el HPDR para no confundirlos. Poner esto enfrente de todos sus ojos tan hermosos que tienen, hijos de puta. En la diaria estamos en una tendencia bajista, por supuesto, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, estamos intentando retestear el promedio del 21 y estamos justamente en mi zona de fricción en los 112, $100, $112,100. Si podemos retomar el promedio del 21 en los 112,500, deberíamos de ir a retestear el 34. El 55 no lo tomo yo mucho en cuenta para retesteos, aunque pueden ver acá que funcionó, pero yo no le doy tanta prioridad. Le doy más prioridad al 34, que está en los 113,500. De no rechazar esta zona con los EMAs, lo que seguiría serían los 116,200. Si llegas a romper los 116,200, vas para arriba. Y de ahí muy probablemente vayas tengas posibilidades de ir hasta los $120,000. De simplemente rechazar acá, vas para abajo. De rechazar acá, vas para abajo. De rechazar acá, vas para abajo. Todos los caminos indican que vamos para abajo. La pregunta, y ahora, de todo es, la manera de saber si estamos mal es sencilla. Trépate en esta zona, invalida estos 117,500. La zona de fricción está en los 117,700. Y por encima de 117,700 vas a retestear máximos históricos. Siempre y cuando estés abajo de esta línea, vas probablemente a los 100,000 primero. Es lo único que tienen que saber. Y esta línea, una vez más, está en los 116,200. Más o menos. ¿No? Un pelo de rana calva. Pelo púbico de Madonna. Qué asco. ¿Qué estás pensando, Alejandro? No tengo ni puta idea. Ok. Esto es Bitcoin, tal cual, con literalmente alcistas, temporalidades alcistas en cuanto a la mensual trimestral se refiere, pero de 2 semanas para abajo se ve mal. Podríamos empezar a ver rebotes, la diaria empieza a ver esos rebotes, está aguantando perfecto, baiteando a todo el mundo, de acuerdo a lo que estoy diciendo con este máximo. No se lo va a llevar, carnal, no se lo va a llevar. Y cuando se lo lleve todo el mundo, vamos long, carnal, y pito. Y la cosa es, ¿qué tan alto va a llegar? ¿No? Está en los 114, que es la zona para Farhan, los 112,500 a 113,500, que es la zona para Alex, para rechazo, o la zona de estúpido de yo, que de nuevo no tengo el por qué estarles dando esta opinión tan pendeja, pero 116,200 es la que me gusta, a mí parece potente rechazo, porque la perdimos, nos rechazó y ya no la venimos a volver a retestear. Tal vez no la lleguemos y podamos hacer un front run y por ende 100, 500, 800, un pedacito sería ideal. No estaría mal dividir tu entrada en esa zona para que lo tengan en mente. Y aquí lo tienen. Vamos rápido a la dominancia de Bitcoin. Ya, oigan, ya empezó el mercado alcista de ¿cómo se dice? De los altcoins. Porque todavía nada, ninguno de mis altcoins está pegando. Aunque Solanis está fuerte, está justamente acá, lo pueden ver, en los $112,000, todavía no se lleva los 218. Ethereum también, pues continúa en su trayectoria alcista, pero fuera de eso, casi nada. Vean a XRP, por ejemplo, está en la mierda y si rechaza esta zona de los 290, una vez más, pues se acabó, ¿no? En realidad XRP podría rechazar hasta acá en los 295 y ahí quedaría. Este fue el primero tapeo del promedio del 100, por lo que deberías de encontrar una buena, deberías de tener un buen rebote y de ahí al 200. Entonces, no, todavía no hay nada de eso. La dominancia de Bitcoin continúa parada donde estaba antes, que es lo que habíamos dicho. Pero esto yo creo que tiene más que ver con Ethereum que con cualquier cosa. para mí. No has perdido esto justamente, tienes el promedio del 34, arriba del 55, que es bueno, es más alcista que bajista, pero tienes al 5 bajando del 9, lo que indica un poco de debilidad. Te está dando los dos sabores esta mamada, déjeme ver la de 2 semanas. Pum, 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 debilidad al máximo y ahora vas por el 34. No tocas el 55 y tienes el promedio del 100 ahí y tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Interesante. Le voy a dar más preferencia que esto continúe bajando, pero una vez más, yo les he dicho, esa divergencia de precio de Ethereum con Bitcoin se me hace que es lo del 2017 que vimos, donde Bitcoin llega a los 20,000, 2, 3, un mes después, Ethereum hace su alto histórico y todos nos vamos a la verga. Eso es el escenario que estoy viendo y solamente quiero que lo tengan en mente, no estoy diciendo que sea el escenario que tiene que jugar, solamente les estoy dando todas las opciones. Todas las opciones puestas y directas. Y no voy a hacerme dominancia de Tether tampoco por lo mismo, porque se me hace un poco irrelevante. Bueno, se les voy a dar porque Alex y Farhan nos la dieron de todas maneras. Rápido. Pueden ver que continuamos y estamos regresando por encima de este breakdown. Un segundo, en la diaria se ve perfecto. Lo tienen acá. Venimos a apoyarlo por acá y esto nos debería de rebotar con fuerza y pasar los 461 y llevarnos al 469. Y el S&P 200 diario está en los 480. Esto, para mí, es un retesteo antes de dar el putazo a la alza. Tenías rechazos, debilidad, rechazo, 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 una vez que rebotes acá. Ahora, pierdes el 34 en los 4.38, 4.38% y vas para abajo. Pero si rebotas acá, vas a ir para arriba y esto debería cargarse a Bitcoin más para abajo, para que lo tengan en mente. Y ahí está, damas y caballeros. Alrighty. Alex, which one are you doing? ETH.
Yeah, we're doing ETH. Doing a little bit of ETH.
Perfecto.
I like Ethereum because we were actually hitting where is it? Oh, here. ETH BTC when we were doing Bitcoin dominance. This still to me looks like it wants to come down. Now, the daily close on ETH BTC will be very crucial because bulls are going to try to just get a simple reclaim of the daily 9. If they can get a reclaim of the daily 9 and actually hold it, generally has been a recipe for expansion. So even here in this example, lost it, reclaimed, held as support, expanded. So that's kind of that's exactly what bulls are going to try to do today. All while bears are going to try to reject, start moving down, simply make a move down to the 366 zone. This will simply be a bullish retest, and I do believe that'll be an opportunity. Now, on the weekly, though, it's telling a different story. You're getting consolidation on the weekly EMA 100, and as long as this does hold, you are going to avoid a scenario of actually testing that 366 area. Let's see here. Because this weekly view is really important. Because since we lost this weekly EMA 100, and that was in June of 2023, this entire time you've rejected any kind of opportunity where you've tried to reclaim it. And really the only closest one you've had is right up here, not even actually retesting it. Oh. So the fact that we were able to just break out and actually reclaim it and simply for the last few weeks hold above it is bullish. And actually the next target would be right into that daily, that weekly SMA 200. Again, just another big zone for ETH BTC. But this is giving me bias that, I mean, yeah, if you start, let's say if you start losing that weekly EMA 100 on the weekly close, that'll be a good confirmation of testing the weekly 9, which over time will move into the 366 zone. But that is kind of the hopium for bulls right now, is they just consolidate and then expand up. So if that's the hopium for bulls, that means that today's daily close is going to be important because as I was showing in the beginning of the analysis, when you get the loss of the daily 9 and then the 21, EMA 21 hold the support, and here you front ran it, you get the reclaim back above the EMA 9, hold above support, and then you expand. So you can see we are slightly above that right now. Big daily close going into today. Because if you get the reclaim, my next objective on ETH BTC will be this wick high. You break this wick high, you're in a valid trend shift. And then, yeah, next target's right into that 4, 6, 7, 8 zone. Let's check bi-monthly. So we did get a bi-monthly close on ETH BTC. Let's clean this up a little bit. And this is an actually very telling view, because this tells you that, yeah, even if you do get that deeper pullback, let's say the weekly EMA 100 does get lost and you go in for that, EMA 9 test, this bi-monthly is really nice, because since we lost that bi-monthly 9, again, just been rejections. And then now we've reclaimed it and it's sitting right where the meme line is, just solidifying why this could be a nice bounce zone. You do see the next moving average will be the 21. That is sitting right at 4392. And then even the EMA 34, not too far off, is 4584. The point being is above this bi-monthly 9 is bullish. And it being lined up with 366 really does just, in my opinion, put the bow on the present, or however that expression goes. It's just a nice, it solidifies everything. This is just like a nice, is ETH BTC bearish or bullish? No, it's bullish. And if you just, let's say, do nothing for the next 4 months, you get a few bi-monthly candle closures, this still would be looked at as bullish consolidation. Not really getting anything on here. You are falling under the moving average, which, granted, you've been above since September of 2023. Could just play into the environment of price, a shift of structure here. Bulls gaining control, which they haven't been for, well, quite a long time. So, yeah, more points on, ETH versus Tether going up, because if ETH versus Bitcoin's bullish, then that'll just bode well. So going now to the 2-week, again, you see here the EMA 34 is coming in right into that 366 meme line. This is exactly what you'd want to see. This is now in a 2-week buy trigger. So any move into that EMA 34 in the 2-week should be an opportunity zone. And then you simply just target the next objective. This is nice because it lines up with our range. But above the EMA 34, you will get a move up to the 100. That is sitting right around that 4-5 region. That 4-5, 4-7 region is very important, because that's what likes to get reclaimed before springing. Big moves. If I just extend this out, let's make it straight. We like straight lines here. You can just see, get above this, 5972. Yeah, it was this line. And then from that point, you can just see it's green dildo party expansion for bulls. Now this was, a wick high rejection, but that was a 23% wick high, or not wick high rejection, but from this reclaim, measure up to the wick high, 23%. It's just clean. It's just consistently holding it as support. And that was a nice 49% move. Point being is that's a big zone. Oh, I hate when I move that. So, bulls are really trying to shift ETH BTC. They got the reclaim of 366. That's always been a massive zone for us. I do remember here when we did lose it, and then you lost it, and then all year, if you've been an ETH bull all year, it's been pretty terrible. But granted, all it takes is a few green candles to shift stuff. It won't always be the same. Complacent traders do get punished eventually. And when the shift, I've been a brain fart. When the price shift structure changes, that's going to be very important to catch early, because you don't want to be late to the party. and catching this now is going to be really dependent on 366 holding. As long as you continue to hold above that on ETH BTC, you do have to look at ETH versus the dollar as bullish. So now going to ETH versus the dollar, I do like the perspective on it, because you are at resistance, and this does line up nicely with our kind of bias on Bitcoin. The markets are at resistance currently, while everyone's max bullish. I do still think that 44,500 is going to be very important for ETH to actually reclaim. If you get back above that, there really won't be much but the all-time high for ETH. So with what we know on ETH versus Bitcoin, the daily EMA9 reclaim and Ethereum versus the dollar getting back above 4,500 will be good confirmation of a breakout. But until then, I mean, there's really no reason to be longing ETH at resistance. You should be gauging this zone as just a rejection zone. Oh, wow. That's a clean doji. I mean, the tug of war, bulls and bears, indecision. So, we want to really watch carefully what this 2-week candle does, because, again, you didn't really get too much confirmation on the last one. And that's why that $4,500 region is going to be what really separates bulls from that all-time high. Yeah. How does HPDR look? So it isn't a breakout. And if it did make that move down, this is like let's say Bitcoin does make that big pullback scenario. You lose, you go under 100K. I do think Ethereum will get a pullback, but as we've seen here, ETH versus Bitcoin is very strong. So then that tells me that the pullback's not going to be as deep. Like if Bitcoin gets its pullback, we could see ETH get a pullback, but it's not going to invalidate as much as, let's say, Bitcoin will. And we already see that, right? Where a weekly EMA9 is lost on Bitcoin, it's definitely not lost on Ethereum, and you haven't even tested it. Let's even see, since you got back above in July. So it's been a while since you tested it. But if you do get that pullback on Bitcoin, I do believe you'll get a deep pullback on Ethereum. And that deep pullback in quotation marks could just bring you all the way to that $3,500 mark. So about $1,000 pullback from here. But, I do think that'll just be a massive opportunity zone, because, this right in this region here has a lot of support. And we've been watching this channel on Ethereum. It's now breaking out. So if you get the retest of it, I will be looking at that as bullish. And going to the monthly, that's what got my idea on this, that you do have that monthly 9 grinding up into that zone. So just in the back of your head, I'd keep that in mind. If, like, let's say Bitcoin does get a deep pullback, Ethereum does reject 4,500, I do think on the monthly, you will simply just test the monthly EMA9. Now, this is very close to the 38.2%, sitting at 4,718. But again, we just need to get back above 4,500. And that's why I'm going to be using that on like the more lower time frames to kind of gauge that deeper, move up. Because that is what's separating you from an all-time high, but you just don't want to be front running it, grinding out longs at resistance, and then it rolls over. And it's still bullish on the macro, but you're just longing resistance. And that's why confirmation is going to be key. And so for me on Ethereum, again, on ETH BTC, you need the daily EMA9 to get reclaimed. And then here on ETH versus the dollar, just simply 4,500 on the daily. If that can hold above, that could be looked at as bullish consolidation. And you would want to see this daily median actually shift under price, giving bulls the expansion to the 38.2%. That is really near all-time high, around 4,800. Next objective from here will just simply be taking out this wick high. So in summary, you're just watching 4,500 today. Markets as a whole is at resistance until you actually get a $4,500 reclaim on the daily. You still have to be looking at this zone as kind of the rejection area. But once we do get the reclaim, this could be looked at as the start of a big move up. And I want to be watching ETH versus Bitcoin very carefully. I think the daily 9 will be the spot. If it gets back above the daily 9, you very easily can see a retest and then an expansion from there. That's kind of just been the flavor of this rally. Get back above the daily EMA 9, hold it, you expand. So we'll just use that same criteria. We are slightly above it now. That's why I want to watch the daily close very carefully, because Bitcoin is still at major resistance now. So we want to just watch that specifically on the weekly. So Bitcoin's at resistance and the Ethereum's at resistance. So just, not the best time to long here. And you very easily can get long confirmations on like a daily close. So if you're a bull, you just simply want this. This consolidation will lead to an all-time high potentially. So that's all I have on Ethereum. It's a fun chart. I do think alts as a whole aren't going to perform like they did in the past, but I think ETH and Sol can do well. And as we see on ETH versus Bitcoin, that so far has been the case.
Yeah, of course, I was muted. Excellent.
Oh.
Yeah. Even though Solana is performing well right now, it's just so far from all-time highs. And it's still here. Like, even if it breaks out and he goes to like 237, it's still far from the $300 mark right here. Well, 294.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think we're going to make a new all-time high, but I do think that 230, if like we, let's say, squeeze daily trend shift on Bitcoin, I do think like that 230, 240 on Sol could get hit. But personally, I think that we made an all-time high. It solidified that for this cycle. So now if we don't get it, that's still fine for me. You just don't want to see these, coins not make a new high from the last cycle. So Solana did that. Ethereum did it. Binance Coin did it. I think TRX did it. So
XRP.
Oh, XRP did it, of course. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, that's like a very big criteria, because that's what tells you, like, is this coin going to die or even survive into the next cycle? That's what was a big concern for Ethereum. Like, everyone who's been here for a while, it's just like, why hasn't Ethereum made a new high? Is it, actually weak?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. But I think gold hit a new all-time high.
Yeah, he did. I was saying that in the live stream in the morning that I fucked up, because I said it's not going to come back and do another all-time high, but it did.
Wow. What performance? Because I remember on the quarterly, I think we had that bearish divergence. It did seem like gold was top to me. So Bull said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Now, what you're seeing on crypto Twitter is the Bitcoin versus gold divergence, and gold making a high. Is Bitcoin going to next? That's like what I'm seeing going across crypto Twitter. For me, I don't think that deep into it. If Bitcoin,
no, it's completely relevant. So. It's also funny to think, like, why? So, like, what's the point of holding gold if you're a central bank? Like, you just have it in a safe. What if you didn't?
Yeah,
it's very weird, because you're not using it against your currency. It's just your holdings.
You're just holding it, and you're paying.
You know what I mean?
Like, you're paying for housing.
Oh yeah,
security, AC, like all of that shit. You're paying.
Yeah,
that's why I like Bitcoin, at least, because you can keep unlimited amounts of wealth without doing all that.
And there's no property taxes. Yeah, that is in favor of Bitcoin. It's a way better asset. It's just not what everyone thinks. It's just a light way of keeping money somewhere that contains that it's not inflationary, if you will.
Yeah.
Whereas gold, by the way, gold is inflationary. Every fucking day they're pulling out gold from the earth. Makes no sense. Then again, there's the genius is here. Everyone is a genius here. Everyone's a genius on Bitcoin up here. Everyone's a genius. Everything is up. Like, look at the market. Everything is up.
Genius season.
Like, we're all geniuses right now.
Yeah. Honestly, all the investors, everyone, just all you had to do is hold for the last year. You're a genius. But if you did buy in that April dump, you are a Chad. That was smart.
That was the easiest fucking buy
that was smart.
ever. Yeah. All righty. I'll do Ethereum. And then for you, Alex, next is Celsius, Farhan's favorite drink.
Yeah, his favorite one. Our fridge is stocked up.
I love them.
God,
We're
I
up to
can't
the
have
brim in
enough.
Celsius.
Water people.
We didn't buy a single one. They gave it all for free.
Yeah.
All the Celsius we got is free because no one
Oh,
buys
good for
that
you.
shit.
Good for you. Damn. Look at this.
Yeah, I know. Isn't
You just
that
got to go to a.
Wait,
Say it
what?
again,
Fine?
Farhan?
I said you just got to go to a fitness show and they'll give them to you for free.
Oh, for real? Yeah. They have so much fucking money. And also giving away drinks. Please don't ever ask me for things. Not you guys, but anyone else. But giving away drinks is quite cheap. Like bottles of water, bottles of lemonade, bottles of anything. It's pretty fucking cheap.
Yeah.
It's great.
I
Yeah,
wonder
for
what
marketing.
the profit margin is. I mean, you would probably know what it is on a Celsius.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. You know.
Margin. The real reason why they went and did what they did and they got acquired and all that shit is just simply that you have good margins. Like the boys at specifically Lumen, the guys that do the lemonades that we invested in, those guys have insane margins on their products, and they're a high-end product too. So rich people buy it, so they're not affected by all the bullshit that's happening right now.
Was that the protein lemonade?
Yeah, lemonade.
Yeah. I wanted to try that. Yeah, it sounded good.
It used to be 12 grams. Now it's 16 grams of protein.
Damn.
Yeah, and got the guy from Poppy, the guy who designed everything at Poppy. I don't know if, I think I told people, and if not, fuck me, right? The guy that designed everything at Poppy that just sold for like $2 billion to, I believe, Coca-Cola, that did all of their marketing and everything, he just came to work at Lumen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Poppy, that's pretty cool.
Oh, pretty based.
Yeah, big time. Big fucking time. He's like he does marketing and branding and everything like I do, but he also can design. So he's got it all. Like I need designers to support my stuff. I don't need a team of people, but I need designers. He is a designer. So it's fucking unbelievable what this motherfucker can do. Very excited.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Damn. Yeah, are you guys in stores? Is Lumen in stores? I do want to try it.
Oh yeah, dude. Air One, but not in every state. We're in 4,000 stores in the US.
In Mexico.
Or Arizona?
No, we're not in Mexico.
We can't.
I talked to my partners at the water company if we could bring that to Mexico. And I told them, and then we can bring water people here. And they were like, yeah, let's bring water people there. I'm like, what about bringing these guys here? They're like, no, it's not easy to manage all these fucking stupid partnerships because everyone just wants to win for themselves, which is great. Good for them. All righty, let's do this fucking thing. This Ethereum thing. Vean nada más este máximo histórico de Ethereum, por supuesto, después del 2021, nos viene a dar uno nuevo casi en los $5,000. Fue por nada, $4,952, el máximo histórico de Ethereum. Pero lo hizo en ¿qué? 2 velas trimestrales. Habíamos estado peleando con el 9, lo habíamos perdido, lo intentamos retestear. Esta fue la oportunidad de oro y esta fue obvia. Ya quité todas mis líneas aquí abajo porque ya no son necesarias, pero esta fue la cosa más obvia de las que hemos jugado en este canal y vaya el movimiento que dio. Estás hablando de literalmente desde el fondo al tope, un 2.5x en solamente 5 meses. No mames. Entonces, Ethereum a largo plazo se ve muy alcista. Este fue el ciclo del 2018, que de nuevo, Bitcoin lo hizo en diciembre y en diciembre del 2017 el tope y Ethereum lo hizo en enero del 2018 para que tengan esa referencia. Entonces, viene un año después. Esto es lo que yo creo está pasando en cripto hoy, ese tipo de ciclos. Luego acá lo tuvimos tal cual en octubre, noviembre del 2021, tal cual como lo hizo Bitcoin, pero desde entonces no hizo nuevos máximos históricos como Bitcoin y como todas las demás cosas hasta apenas. Y acá lo tienes, en estos 4,953, un pedo así, lo que haya sido, más o menos. Alcista, tienes tus promedios perfectamente del el más rápido al más lento. en perfecto orden. ¿Has visto esta estructura que está cumpliendo todo? Tengo mis objetivos que continúan para Ethereum en los 5,438 y después los 6,500. Ahora no te los tiene que dar de golpe, antes de que digan, güey, es que yo compré porque dijiste. No, 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 no. Tranquilos. Oye, tranquilo, brother. Vámonos, bueno, de ver esto podemos poner el HPDR, darnos una idea de dónde estamos parados. Abrimos por debajo de la media subió, eso es alcista, deberíamos ir a retestar esta media. La media está en 5,891, básicamente $5,900. Y de ahí, si podemos romper la media, la parte alta de la zona azul, no mames, no seas pendejo. Está en $15,000. Bueno, también recuerden que cuando estás en el fondo de algo, todo se ve más bajista y cuando estás en el tope de algo, todo se ve aún más alcista, ¿no? Si no, pues nadie caería en la pendejez como el tío Salo. Además de eso, ¿tenemos algún setup de volatilidad? Sí, tenemos una posible expansión de volatilidad del punto más bajo de la tabla en Ethereum. Básicamente lo que hizo Bitcoin desde el setup de jamás y lo estamos viendo ahorita. La cosa es, este periodo de volatilidad todavía no confirma. Tenemos que esperar 27 días más y 8 horas para que cierre. Una vez que cierre y esté apuntando para arriba, sabemos que tenemos confirmación de volatilidad apoyando el movimiento alcista en la trimestral de Ethereum, que sería una mega mamada. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual, tenemos también volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento, lo pueden ver de acá, pum, 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 y esta sí está apoyada ante este movimiento alcista con varios cierres. Y ahora vamos a ir a buscar ¿qué? La parte alta de la zona azul. La parte alta de la zona azul está en los 4,700. Si podemos romper estos 4,700, y esta sería la primera vez que tocamos la parte alta de la zona azul desde, ¿qué es esto? Mayo del 2021. No mames, o sea, ha pasado un chingo de tiempo. Desde mayo del 2021 vendríamos a romper esto en la mensual y el 50% se está en los $6,000, el 61,8% está en los $8,200. Ahora, existe la posibilidad de que vengamos a corregir y caigamos a donde está el promedio del 5, que sería más o menos por ahí de los 3,500. Esa sería la corrección light. La corrección choncha sería justamente a la media, donde está tu promedio el 9 y el 21 también. El 9, por cierto, el 9 cruzando por encima del 21 por fin. Si esto nos confirma en la mensual, pero faltan todavía 27 días, cabrón. Nos confirma esto, la fuerza de precio continúa a la alza y esto debería de empujar mucho más fuerte para arriba, si es que hay esa continuación. Volatilidad ya le enseñamos expandiendo. 2 semanas, 9 por fin por encima del 21, del 34 y solamente el 5 está arriba de ello, que lo dice perfectamente, el 100, el 200, todo en perfecto orden. Ya nos rechazó el 61,8%. Y ahora estamos, vean esta vela, pinche doji, ¿no? La roja que están viendo ahí, porque es un doji, es una vela de indecisión. Tiene las patas flacas, ¿no? Para arriba y para abajo, como el tío Salo, y está gordo de en medio, con las lonjitas, como yo también. Y esto dice, güey, ni para arriba ni para abajo. Y aparte te pone un excelente estándar para, para que no te quieras meter un trade, porque esto es tu invalidación de corto y esta es tu invalidación de largo, al revés, invalidación de corto, invalidación de largo, ¿no? Entonces te da un rango de 4,900 máximo histórico a $4,000. Básicamente $1,000, casi ¿qué es? 20%. Déjame lo mido. Debería ser como 17. No mames, que 17,8% para que vean. Para que vean. No tienes que ir a la escuela para aprender matemáticas. En esta tabla tenemos también expansión de volatilidad y esta expansión de volatilidad está dándose tal cual como lo pueden ver y apoyando el movimiento a la alza. Ahora, normalmente, ¿dónde topa Ethereum en esta tabla, en esta temporalidad de 2 semanas? Acá lo hice en el 50% y esto cuando fue en marzo del 2024. Acá el 50% en octubre del 2021, interesante. Acá lo hizo en el 78, en el 61,8% en mayo del 2021. No, acá en abril del 2021. ¿Y esta cuál es? ¿El 88? No mames. No, el 78.6% en los 6,900, que eso va con mi bias perfectamente. Wow. Ok. Ok. También pueden ver que la media en la semanal está expandiendo a la alza, está subiendo, está justamente donde el promedio del 9, lo que nos invita a esa corrección que hemos estado platique y platique a esta línea verde donde encontramos fricción. Y esta corrección se puede dar a estos dos puntos, ¿no? 3,500 o 4,000. Y la cosa es, obviamente, saber si va a subir o bajar más. Va a ser imposible. Vamos a tener que esperar a ver el movimiento. Primera zona de oportunidad es justo acá, en los 3,500. Y segunda zona de oportunidad puede ser argumentalmente estos 3,500 o aquí abajo en los 3,300, donde está el promedio del 21. 3,400. Yo no me animaría a esperarme a esto. Yo creo que 3,500 debería aguantar, pero todo puede pasar, tíos. Todo puede pasar. 5 días, tenemos ya volatilidad contrayendo ante esta expansión que nos llevó hasta acá arriba. Esto quiere decir que estamos ante una corrección, lo que da más validez a lo que estamos diciendo. Y ahora podemos ver que una vez que caigamos de los 4,200, que es la parte alta de la zona azul, deberíamos ir a visitar la media y el promedio del 21, justamente en los 3,600, 3,500. Diaria, volatilidad ya no está expandiendo, la media para abajo, esto nos pone en postura más bajista, venimos a tocar el 34 que no lo habíamos tocado perdón, estoy dibujando, ya me di cuenta, desde nuestro breakout en julio. Eso quiere decir que otro tapcito de esta zona de los 4,200 nos va a llevar al 78%, que son los 4,000. Y aquí es donde estamos ya en un extremo, en estos 3,500, tienes el SMA 100, el EMA 100 en la diaria. Así que para ponérselo sencillo, en realidad está muy fácil. ETH. Esperamos una corrección. Es lo que estamos esperando en este momento en Ethereum. Una corrección. Esta corrección puede darse en temporalidades cortas, por cierto, solamente. Hasta esta zona de los 3,900 o esta zona de los 3,500. Esa sería la máxima oportunidad. Y aquí ETH debería, pum, despegar o acá, pum, despegar. Si ves que hay dos zonas de oportunidad y no sabes qué hacer, puedes, la neta, hay veces que me gusta ni siquiera meter dos oportunidades y digo, güey, si llega acá, lo tomo. Si no, me da igual. Podrías hacerlo si eres un pinche padrino o poder dividir tu entrada con menos apalancamiento acá y simplemente invalidar tu posición en los 3,990, en estos bajos, en los mínimos de agosto del 2025. Eso es así de fácil, damas y caballeros. Y todo esto de la corrección bajista se quita una vez que haces un alto histórico antes de que eso ocurra. ¿Ok? Estás ahorita retomando el promedio del 9, empieza a verse bien, igual y simplemente está dando ese movimiento, pero simplemente por ver volatilidad lo que está haciendo en este momento tiene más cara como de corrección, correctivo movimiento que de cualquier otra cosa. Así que Ethereum no deja de sorprendernos ahora que ya por fin JP Morgan Chase salió a decirle a todo el mundo lo que todos sabíamos. Y sigo esperando a ver si XRP es de verdad Ethereum o no, porque creo, una vez más, que todo el mundo cree que XRP es Ethereum. Y me gustaría, si me pueden mandar más allá del ISO 2000, no sé qué vergas de XRP, cómo está siendo utilizado como planean o sea, quién está utilizando sus cadenas y cómo planean, como JP Morgan Chase, como Robinhood, como estos. Me gustaría ver esos ejemplos si los tienen. Por favor, mándenmelos. No he encontrado nada. All righty, señor Farjano. We're ready for TLT.
TLT.
Boomer shit.
I accidentally shared the wrong screen. Good thing I did not.
Thank God.
It wasn't anything bad.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say.
It was just a list. It was just a listing of a vehicle.
Oh.
I promise. It was that. It wasn't any porn or anything. It wasn't any gay porn.
Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Thank God.
All right. So on the quarterly, On the quarterly, we do have a silver cross to the downside. What is this? Treasury bond ETF, 20+ year. How much data do we have on this? All the way back down to all the way down in 2002. So we have lost at 38.2%. We have a retest of the 90 MA after the silver cross, and you're just getting continuation to the downside. You are getting somewhat of support right at this $84 zone. I think this is our somewhere around our current all-time lows. So it does make sense to get a little bit of a bounce here. Yeah, this bounce can take us all the way up to around $92, $93. I don't really see it getting any higher than like 99 or 99 or 100. In the most extremity situation, I could see like a fuck you candle to up to $100 to take out all of the people shorting this area and then send it back down. It's a little unlikely, but it is possible to put in that wake up to about $100. It is also a round psychological figure too. And we're getting the momentum flipping once again to the downside, getting into the bearish control zone with the volatility now expanding along with it, getting a little high on volatility, but this thing does like to go to 100%, and we're only at 74% right now. So this could get another swipe to the downside before this is topped out. Right now on the jewel, we are starting to lose the buy signal, and this is flipping over into a neutral signal. So if you mark it off with a vertical line, whenever the jewel has flipped from a buy signal into a neutral, and see what happens. These are going to be a little bit more powerful than the ones we have now because these are happening within the bullish control zone, whereas this is happening in the bearish control zone. Need some heavy downside moves. Oh, 13, 14%. Wow, I forgot this is boomer stuff. If that was a crypto, that'd be down like 80% on one of these candles. 15.5. This is a daily candle for a crypto. Not even that, like a 4-hour candle. Seems to all be around 15%. Interesting. So if we mark this one off, this happened right here. Just take it 15% down from here, from this open. Brings us to about $74. It's an interesting level. Very close to our 88.3% as well. Although on this last dump skip, you went to the 100%. On this dump skip, you went to the 100%. On this dump skip, you went to the 100%. On this dump skip, you went to the 100%. So is this time going to be different? I don't know. And that puts us at around $59. What is that? What are the implications for that if this thing goes to $59? I don't really know how this stuff works.
Show me like the last super low that he did. What's the date?
It was October of 2023. Also, the original explosive setup.
Well, after that, it went up, right? So that's what made the stock market go up. What's the top one on the top left?
This?
What's the date? No. Wait, go to the green candle. There you go.
This is January of 2020.
So interesting. Oh, that's when rates went down. I'm sorry. There you go. So that's what I'm sorry, when rates went up. So what they're trying to do is make everyone feel like there's going to be another bottom and rates will go higher, basically. That's why the retards are saying that the rates are going to go higher. Oh my God.
Is that what Gayed is saying?
Everyone. Yeah, dude. They're so stupid. It's unbelievable. Yeah, absolutely. People are absolutely dead broke, but the rates are going to go up for sure.
But he shorted the entire 2023 bull market.
I mean, he's just nonstop everywhere. Like I said, no one wants to learn. They're just there to give their opinion. At least I'm trying to learn every single fucking day. That's what makes me feel better about what I'm doing.
It's their opinion clouded with objective fact, quote unquote objective fact.
Well, it's fun because the more they know about something, the less they really know how it works. It's incredible. I would have never thought that that's the way it works, but the more specifics you know about something, the less you are to be able to like learn more.
And if you
wear one famous guy. I don't know who it is, but he said that the more you learn, the less you know. I don't know who. I don't remember who it is. Somebody
I don't
said
know
that.
who said that, but it's true as fuck. Like I myself, I never went to school for anything. I was never an expert at anything, even cars, dude. I don't know how the fucking engine is put together or anything like that, but I'm pretty good at it. I was pretty good at real estate. I was pretty good at making movies. I was able to do everything better than those people that went to NYU for film school and like the people that went to fucking business school and all those idiots like and marketing school. Like I know these things better than them because I never learned the restrictions of the game. Does that make sense? Like they learned the boundaries of everything, whereas
Yeah.
I didn't.
It's because I
Like
feel
if
like
you go to
school,
school,
you just do a lot of book learning. You don't get your hands dirty. I mean, I feel like you like
Well,
to get,
no, they're teaching you on purpose, like to be limited.
yeah.
It's 100% on purpose. Like, come on, if they're fucking you into debt forever, do you think that they're not adding a little spice into it by making sure that you also are a fucking retard and feel like you're a genius? It's the funniest thing in the world, dude. Everything is upside down.
Yeah, it is.
Everything
It's
is
like
backwards.
paradox. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much fun. And no one knows. No one can accept that.
So on the monthly, this is also starting to flip down on momentum, getting into the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding from 0%. Monthly is freshly giving you a sell signal on the jewel. You've lost the 38.2%. If you do see a move to the upside right now, that would take you somewhere around that like 90-ish dollar to maybe $92 zone, limiting. And for the upside, you would have that same $97-$100 zone, which you could get in a spike to the upside, which I think it's a little less likely. I think somewhere around that $90 zone you do reject for the retest of the 38.2%, and then from there you get a move down. Go into the 2-week. 2-week is currently flipped to the upside. You're getting volatility contracting at that during that time, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And do you have any divergences present? Let me zoom in. You are currently breaking above this previous high, while price is still making a lower high, giving you a possible hidden bearish divergence currently. To confirm it, you would have to close below $85.99, and that would give you an easy target of retesting somewhere around the low 80s. Likely you're going to break that at that point. Right now, you do have a dual cross with the pink above the yellow in the bearish control zone with a buy signal on top of that. So more likely you do continue to see a little bit of a move up to tap somewhere around like $88, 88.30. If you can start to close above that area, which is the 21 EMA and the 38.2%, you will see a little bit of a spike upwards to tap somewhere around that $90 zone. This would be the condition for going higher to tap $90, which was, I believe, the monthly 38.2%. Right now, that 55 EMA, right around that $93 zone, is the area where we had our last major lower high. And we've been under the 55 since basically around December or January of 2022. Very significant area, that 55. Weekly is also positioned to the upside right now, with volatility expanding from extreme lows and the jewels also giving you a buy signal. We're getting right around that 38.2%, which is $87. So we can get a close over that area. That will give us a move into somewhere around 90 bucks. Not really very big moves. 5 days also flipped to the upside with volatility expanding from 0%. 5-day jewels also giving you a buy signal, approaching resistance around that same $87 zone. Getting a close over there brings you into the like 93s, 90-93. 2-day also flipped to the upside with volatility now expanding. We're putting in no divergence present. Getting around that same $87 resistance zone, same condition, close over there. Close over there takes you up to like 91 bucks. Daily is currently flipped down. Volatility is contracting. The jewel flipped from a buy signal to a neutral, but it does look like it's starting to curve back around and possibly switch back into a buy signal. We do have a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, however. This is going to come down to if we can close over $87 or not. If you can, this is going to invalidate the silver cross as a downside and likely send you up to the 90s. As of right now, it's still a possibility to reject here and just reject the silver cross. $86.69, good price. 4 hours currently freshly flipping up back into the back out of the bearish control zone, with volatility now sitting at 0%. And we're right around the median on the 4-hour, and slightly below it. It's at 86. Well, the median is exactly at 86.69. Nice number. And around this cluster of EMAs right here in that same $86 zone. Closing over there takes you up to $87, and then that's what gives you the condition of going up to the 90s. You can close over 87. Let's go to the RSI. Nothing there. Monthly's got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about $88.45. You're already within the bearish control zone, so the next target is the critical zone. That's at $59. Very interesting to the $58 number we saw. We're very close. 2-week zoom in currently has regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing above $85.99, same number as before. And your next target on that divergence, let's see, would be exiting, or the exit of the bearish control zone, which is currently at 87. Oh, interesting, $87. And then the next level is the neutral zone at 92.43. Very bias fitting. Five-day currently has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're below 87.26. Next target is going to be the neutral zone, which is currently at about $85. And we're sitting at many periods of 0%. So you would have to take into account the critical zone, which is currently at 67. 3-day also has hidden bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're below 87.26. Right now, the next target is the bearish control zone that currently sits at 82. Critical zone is at 70. 2-day also has hidden bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below 87.26. Next target is the bearish control zone, that's at 84. It's only $2 lower. Daily is now about to put in a third drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over about $85.84. Next target is the neutral zone, which is currently sitting at about $87.67. The bullish control zone is sitting at about $90. Also very bias fitting. And volatility is now at many periods of 0%. 4 hours now putting in another drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 85.65. You're getting 4-hour volatility expansion now for many periods of 0%. With that bullish divergence, confirming that bullish divergence gives you a target of the neutral zone and the simple moving average, which is around $87. Getting over that $87 area takes you to the critical zone, which is currently at 93.63. The momentum. Quarterly momentum is still flipped to or freshly flipped to the downside, with volatility now contracting from a double extreme, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below $87.92. Very interesting. 87 is the quarterly pivot also. Monthly is currently also flipped to the downside. Volatility is now contracting on the monthly, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 88.90. 2-week is currently flipped up. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 86.80. Weekly is currently also flipped up. Volatility at many periods of 0%. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 86.69. 5 days also flipped up. Volatility many periods of 0%. It's going to be flipped up as long as you're over 86.69. 2 days currently flipped down. Many periods of 0% volatility. Going to be flipped down below 87.16. And daily is currently freshly flipped up. Many periods of 0% volatility, and you're going to be flipped up above 86.13. 4 hours currently flipped to the downside. Volatility is currently expanding. It does look like this will flip up based on those bullish divergences appearing, and it will flip up if you close over 87.13. And on this next projection, it's projected to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. Likely this pivot goes up at that point. Goes down. and 2 hour confirms that with being flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 85.77. So on the higher time frames, this thing is kind of bearish as fuck with a silver cross to the downside. Momentum is currently flipped freshly to the downside as long as you're below 87.92. But on the lower time frames, it is starting to flip back up. It does look like you will get a move to somewhere around 87.30. If you can get a daily closure over 87.30, that takes you up to somewhere around $90 to $93. Although very, very likely will project around that zone and end up. If you see a spike like a quick wick to the upside, you could see $100 maybe get hit, which would be a retest of this silver cross to the downside on the quarterly. But eventually, based off of the higher term time frames and divergences in the higher time frames, it is likely going to test somewhere around like $70 to $78, and the next level below there, based on the RSI divergence target, would be somewhere around $58 to $59. But short term, a little bit of a move to the upside, and then rejection, and then move lower. And the invalidation for being bearish on this is going to be. I'll use this one. Basically, any weekly or daily close, even over about $101.64. If you could get that, then likely you're going to be testing somewhere around 120, and then at that point, it's real possibility is alive for an actual reversal. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think you're going to just reject somewhere around 90s and then go to a new lower low.
So interest rates are going up.
They're going up. Amazing.
If it's going lower, like if this goes lower, which it hasn't made a lower low since 2004, it's been on this like little super tiny sloping up trend line, right? And we saw the low right here on October 23rd, which we would understand why. That's when rates peaked. So let me show you in the chart, give you exactly what this is. And you know how everything at the top looks the most bullish and everything at the bottom looks the most bearish? I think you're in a time capitulation for everyone that's bearish, thinking that it's going to go lower right now. And it won't.
So it could just not reject at $100 and just spike up.
Exactly. And let me show you real quick why. So this came out 2002, right? Which was basically when everything was fucked in the economy until 2005. Then you get 2008, where they drop rates, and once they drop rates, everything goes to fucking shit, right? And then you start seeing in 2010, let's just use this, 2011, this whole zone, all of this going up was the greatest QE we've ever seen, ever, like free money, ever. Lowerish interest rates, money, like the government buying stocks, all sorts of QE that you could imagine, QE1, QE2, QE3, all those things. Then you get this moment, which is 2018, late 2018, with everything was looking really grim. And then they started lowering interest rates a little bit. Went to 2019. And then in February, they lowered the fuck out of those interest rates up until March 2020. That's the top, right? So lower interest rates help this chart. And ever since then, we've had what? Higher interest rates. All that time, right? Since 2020. So it's been 5 years on a downtrend because we've had higher interest rates. Understood. Now, if I listen to every person like Peter Schiff, or like anyone that has been educated by the traditional system, they're telling me they're going to raise interest rates. Now, the goal of the financial system, as harsh as it sounds, is to take money away from retards. Okay? And retards can have a very easy way to find out they're retarded. If you look around and you're poor and never understood how this works, you are officially retarded. And you're a customer of the market. Okay? There's no other better way of explaining it. You need to wake up and realize, listen, I'm retarded, that's fine, but I'm not going to be retarded anymore. Because if not, you're going to continue to get fucking robbed by the market. So now, all these retards that were promised free money, easy money, lower interest rates, that are being educated on the fact that they printed so much money in COVID. There comes the big print and all that shit, and the money's going to go to shit and all that stuff. Now, money might disappear because of AI. Yes. But if we continue in this system, we're going into a crisis, a financial crisis. And the reason why, forget about everything you read or see everywhere. People are broke as fuck. They cannot afford to go to McDonald's. They can't even afford to go get fucked up at a bar. That's what's making alcohol sales seem that they're lower. They're not. People are drinking at home because they can't afford to go to the bars. People are not going to Vegas. People are not traveling. They're not coming into the US. I don't understand what more people need. But listen, in CNN, they're like, everything is great. The economy is so strong, right? All of those things. The retarded customer base for the big institutions that take money away from them are completely broke already. Now, hiking interest rates up will only affect rich people at this point, because those are the only people that have access to credit and can get into debt. And the same thing will do to the US government, and the same thing will do to everything. So are they going to hike rates for the people that are already winning the game of the market and winning the game of the financial institutions and also the United States? Or are they going to just wait and choke every retard here until they can't do anything anymore? And the answer is they will choke every retard until they can't do anything anymore. That's why they keep playing with it. We're going to lower interest rates. We're not. We're going to lower interest rates. We're not. We're going to lower interest rates. We're not. It's irrelevant. If you're already fucked and poor and you haven't figured this out, you are so dead fucking wrong about everything right now. And that's what's going on here. You put the last time this meme line touched was 2004. That was the absolute bottom at 80. The next time he touched it, 2023, 20 years later. This is one of those meme lines that it's fucking strong as fuck. Now, one more time. Everything I'm saying goes wrong if you just go here. That means interest rates are at 7, 10%. Which makes no sense because you already have a consumer base of the retards that's already dead and they have no more money. I don't care what anyone says. And housing. Imagine, like, if we are already, the problem is so crazy because it's the same thing that happened in 2008, the housing crisis. People were not buying houses. They couldn't afford them. Even though the houses were 50% on discount, they couldn't afford them. Right now, the houses are more expensive, but people are not buying houses because they can afford them. It's the same thing. So how the fuck are they going to hike rates into 2008? They're going to lower them. And then that's going to create a bigger housing crisis and a bigger inventory explosion of everything. Cars. People are going to sell their fucking old cars that now they're going to be able to move on from, and the market's going to flood. Houses. Every retard that thinks he's a genius right now, he's going to have to sell their house at a massive discount because the inventory will flood at the same time because everyone's going to have the same brilliant idea that, oh, interest rates are low now, I should sell. And your neighbors are all going to do it. And then one of them's going to reduce their house price by 30% and then sell. And then everyone's going to be terrified and they're going to do the same. It happened already. We saw this movie already. This is why, to me, it's impossible that this shit's going to go. Not impossible, but it's highly unlikely that it's going to go down. It makes no sense. And it's, however, making higher lows by nothing. But it is. And also, if I may bring your attention to the US 10-year yield, which is right here. And everyone would bet that this shit's going to blow up, right? Going to go higher. We peaked in 2023. Then we peaked again in 2025 in January. Like, and you peaked, but not overall. Like, you haven't peaked since October 2023. That's it. That was the top. That was the top in yields. And now, what are we going to get? You're going to get lower yields, but down to 3%. You're not going to get down to what they were before at 0. Why? because this will continue to fuck the poors.
And that does look
Does that make
bearish.
sense?
But yeah, consistent lower highs there too. Volatility setup, that looks primed to dump.
Well, and this is on a monthly. 2 week, look at that.
Already maybe starting.
Look at weekly.
Hmm.
Look at daily.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, it actually may just start today, tomorrow.
You ready for this one? Look at the quarterly. And I know you're looking at it just simply and saying, no, well, that's not. Last time we were here, this is in 1990. You weren't even fucking born.
No.
Me neither.
Yeah, but I'm talking to you both. That was the last time this shit was here. And then it went all the way up to basically extremes to 90%. So what I'm getting at is something massive is about to happen, right? Everyone's broke as fuck. And everyone's thinking, hang on, everyone's already a genius because remember, if interest rates go up, gold will continue to go up, Bitcoin should go up, inflation should go up, but everyone's poorer than ever. There needs to be money to be thrown at people. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You can't have they trained everyone. They trained everyone the wrong way about interest rates. Everyone doesn't understand and about free money. They just don't. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Let me go into a 6 month. Let me see how that looks.
Yeah, how's that looking?
So you had all these move up on extremes.
Wow.
So now this is going to drop.
And in the 90s, it had the drop too. Approaching the 90s, 89, 88.
87. Boom.
It came down. Interesting.
So something major is going to happen. And again, you cannot create inflation and you cannot have higher interest rates. You don't have a strong economy. That's bullshit. That's just for the idiots that watch the news. If McDonald's is not selling breakfast because people rather eat breakfast at home, you know there's a problem. When I go to the beach, everyone looks like a fucking whale. Those fatties are not going to McDonald's, not because they're responsible, not because they're changing their life. It's because they cannot afford to go to McDonald's.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, though.
You know,
like I'm in Tucson. I mean, I can't. It's not busy at all. People aren't shopping. Malls are closed. Restaurants are shutting down, or they're just not busy. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
see it. Everyone's just
and people,
working. Everyone's working.
And even then,
making it by. So
yeah, and even then, and the other metric is people use unemployment for 2000. What was it? 2008. People were like, "Well, back then, unemployment was terrible. It's not the same as now." Understood, but also, people unemployed that were unemployed needed $50 to get by for a whole week. Right? So right now, people are employed, and even employed, they cannot afford to live. What's the difference? What's the difference? If both results are the same, they cannot afford to live. Whether they work all week long in 3 different jobs or they don't. What's the difference? I don't know. It's just like how people are being told that this works. And this is crazy. And that's what I'm saying. When you learn from the people that have all the authority on this, you're bound to make this mistake again. I made all my money just playing the opposite of this. And I will make a fuck ton of money again playing the opposite of this.
Yeah.
Like it's so stupid. So stupid.
But exciting times ahead. It sounds quite
profitable. But this is what I'm saying. This is the most exciting time ever. Because opportunities are around the corner. As long as you don't fall for the stupidity that these people are selling you on. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And that's the problem for most. Most people are falling into the narratives that everyone's fucking telling them. And that's where they're going to make the big mistake. So either way, I'm sorry for getting into this tangent like always and ruining everyone's life.
It's important, though. And actually, you bring up the volatility metrics and kind of where we're at really does put it in a perspective that a lot of people should look at because, yeah, we're in a interesting zone. I mean, especially when you're seeing the volatility setups, pretty insane. So, big
And
moves.
another thing that
And
that will go against what I said, that there's going to be a declared recession end of the year, beginning of the year of 2026. We have the World Cup coming, and I started digging into countries that are going into a recession, that are in a recession, or coming out of a recession. What happens when the World Cup comes in? So it's just like a great way of putting makeup on the numbers yet again. Numbers look nice for all people. Nothing changes economically. Everyone that's fucked is fucked. Some people might benefit, like the people that work at stadiums and whatnot. And then after that, the collapse continues every single time. So this might just make it longer, because they can have more arguments to tell retards, hey, look how well the economy is doing. Don't look in the street, just look at me telling you. And then they are like, okay, and they'll follow that. So the World Cup might provide more ammo for fake information. And that would be higher interest rates for longer. And that would absolutely destroy everyone that's been crying.
Maybe this bounce that we're getting is probably or likely to take us not rejected $100 and just shoot right up.
Well, it
to
doesn't
like
have to
120.
too. You want capitulation by time, right? You can just run it here.
Yeah, you could
And then
reject 100, come back down, bounce.
Yeah, just think about everyone that's waiting for rates to be cut. Why? Because everyone's broke as fuck. So the longer you wait to give them what they want, the more broke they're going to be. This is not an accident. This is how the system works. They took all those retards' money away, and guess what? They're probably going to give it again at some point, so you can again go and spend it all and give it to Elon Musk by buying Teslas and Starlink services and all these things, and the same thing with Jeff Bezos and all that. Because at the end of the day, that's how you transfer the money. You give it to the retards, and the retards give it back to the rich people, because they don't know that they can just invest it or use it wisely. It's very simple. Sorry. All right. For after that, we got FFAI, and we can close on that. So we'll do Celsius. I'll be quick on this one.
Nice.
After my fucking rant. Sorry. I apologize, everyone. I apologize, everyone. Vale. Estaba diciéndole a Alex y a Farhan, esto es TLT. TLT es directamente un ETF de bonos de 20 años, de duración de 20 años en Estados Unidos. Quiero que vean esto. El gráfico abre en el 2002 y tiene su primer fondo justamente acá en los 80 con 27 centavos en el 2002, en el 2004, perdón, en julio del 2004. No volvimos a tocar esta línea hasta acá. ¿Esto cuándo fue? En octubre del 2023, ¿ok? Que fue también al mismo tiempo cuando los bonos del Tesoro de Estados Unidos llegaron a topar. Ese fue el tope. Te siguen diciendo que los bonos siguen subiendo y que el rendimiento de los bonos, pero no, ese fue el máximo de los bonos. Ese fue. Y este fue el mínimo de esto, ¿ok? Es inverso. Otra cosa importante a notar, 2019, marzo del 2021. ¿Por qué aquí arriba? Esto fue cuando literalmente bajaron los tipos a cero. De acá a acá. Por eso tuviste ese zampompazo y llegaste a máximos históricos. ¿Ok? ¿Qué pasó después de eso? Subieron tipos. ¿Y qué tuviste? Este gran pene para abajo. Entonces, si suben tipos, esta chingadera baja. Si bajan tipos, si bajan tipos, esta chingadera sube. Así de fácil. Otra cosa que tienen que observar acá es, desde el 2011, agosto del 2011 fue cuando en verdad tomamos este canal, ¿no? Este canal ya tal cual. Desde acá, venimos de estos mínimos, ¿no? De acá. Desde acá hasta acá, todo esto que es alcista fue QE1, QE2, QE3, política monetaria bastante floja. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir que inyección de billete en todo el sistema. todo ese tiempo que hizo que esto subiera. ¿Qué estamos haciendo? Completamente lo contrario y por eso está bajando. Y ahorita todo el mundo, y si ves tus gráficos en realidad, sugieren que esta mamada debería de caer más. Está haciendo este mínimo, este alto, un alto más alto tal vez, pero está haciendo estos mínimos más altos. Y lo que, si estamos viendo todos los charts de momentum y todo este pedo, tiene cara de que esto no lo vamos a poder pasar. ¿Qué pasa si TLT cae? Van a subir los intereses. ¿A alguien le suena y tiene lógica que van a subir los intereses? No, no pueden. No importa lo que veas en CNN, en Fox, en MSNBC o que tu Paco favorito te diga. El propósito del mercado financiero y de cómo funciona el sistema financiero es para quitarle dinero a la gente que no aprende nada, a los NPCs, ¿ok? Todos los NPCs que están rogando que bajen los tipos porque literalmente no saben lo que han hecho con su vida y creen que eso les va a dar dinero porque les han dicho en la televisión. Todos los NPCs que están rogando por eso están diciendo que van a subir más los tipos ahora, sobre todo los pacos. Pero si subieran tipos ahora, la única gente afectada sería la gente rica y Estados Unidos como país. ¿A alguien le suena que va eso a pasar? ¿Van a afectar a la gente rica? ¿O van a dejar que la gente pobre siga comiendo mierda? Yo voy a ir por la gente pobre seguir comiendo mierda por 500, ¿no? Y lo que va a pasar y lo que está pasando acá es capitulación, pero a través de tiempo. Y esto es lo que les he dicho por un rato, que la Reserva Federal no haga nada. O bueno, olvídense que la Reserva Federal, te vale verga lo que haga la Reserva Federal, que los tipos no cambien, que se queden donde están por otros 2 años, tal cual. ¿Qué le pasaría a todos esos negocios que dependen de intereses? ¿Qué le pasaría a todos esos consumidores que dependen de intereses? ¿Qué le pasaría a todo el mercado de las casas? ¿No? Ahora, suben tipos. Güey, ¿para qué? Si tenemos la misma baja que tuvimos en el 2008, pero más grande en transacciones de casas. ¿Qué te dice eso? Menos casas se están comprando y vendiendo diario que en el 2008. En el 2008, ¿pero por qué? Porque a la gente no le alcanza, ¿no? ¡Wow! Están carísimas. Pero en el 2008 a la gente tampoco le alcanzaba. Por eso no las compraban. No es porque estaban baratísimas y la gente dijo, güey, me voy a esperar a que suban tantito a comprarlas. No, no les alcanzaba. ¿No? El resultado es lo mismo. La explicación es, el escenario es diferente, pero el resultado es igual. El otro escenario que es idéntico es, en el 2008 la gente no tenía dinero porque no tenían empleo, Alejandro. El desempleo todavía no llega a esos niveles. Ok. Entonces, la gente desempleada solamente tenía que conseguir $50 para vivir por una semana. No podían conseguirlos. ¿Vale? ¿Qué quiere decir eso? No les alcanzaba para vivir. En el 2025, perdón, la gente tiene 3 trabajos y no les alcanza para vivir. No es lo mismo. Y recuerden, esta realidad es un círculo que da vueltas. Hace lo mismo, pero cambia siempre la ecuación, pero no el resultado. Si no te has dado cuenta de esto, vas a tener bastantes obstáculos para adelante, carnal. Le estoy dando literalmente las llaves del reino en este pedo. Las llaves de la jugada. Todo es igual menos el escenario. El resultado siempre será el mismo en ese círculo, pero la ecuación cambia. ¿Para qué? Pues, güey, para que no te des cuenta de lo que está pasando y para que en verdad cometas los mismos errores y todos los NPCs continúen perdiendo todo su dinero y continúen viviendo en la mierda, continúen viviendo miserablemente, etcétera. Si crees que esto va a caer más, vas a perder todo tu dinero. Ya no hay transacciones en bienes raíces. La gente está jodida, no tiene dinero, no hay transacciones en coches. Y cuando bajen los tipos, no va a ser lo que todos ustedes piensan. No va a ser lo que les dice su Paco favorito. En cuanto bajen tipos, el precio de las casas va a caer como plomo. por la cantidad de gente que es brillante que se le va a ocurrir vender su casa porque por fin pueden comprar otra, porque tienen todo ese dinero ahí, los intereses están bajos y va a causar inflación, porque todos los real estate agents, toda la gente que trabaja en bienes raíces te va a decir, compra de una vez y vende de una vez, porque si no, te la vas a perder y va a volver a subir como loco el mercado. Pero nadie está poniendo atención en la cosa más sencilla de todas. En el 2020 dieron trillones de dólares a la gente para gastar. Si bajan tipos y no te dan trillones de dólares para gastar, ¿de dónde viene el incremento en precios? Cuando tienes más inventario. No puedes. Esto, TLT, ya viene de esta parte roja. Esto me dice, ahora viene del 88.3%, 95%, y después vino a tocar más arriba. No tiene cara de que va a continuar cayendo por mucho tiempo. Tenemos mi línea meme resistencia. Tienes la parte alta del 30, la parte baja del 38.2%. Está en 88, en 88.47. Si la tomas, 91. Si puedes, 96. No, 96, 96, que es donde está el promedio del 9. Ahora, esto puede ranguear por un rato. Por un rato. Puede que sea solo hasta acá, marzo, febrero del 2026, o que siga rangueando por acá. Hasta el 2028. Porque ahora viene la Copa del Mundo. Y la Copa del Mundo va a proveer a la Reserva Federal de más datos completamente fabricados para que todos ustedes crean que la economía está de huevos. Y eso puede que deje todo tal cual como está por un rato más para hacer, se llama capitulación de tiempo, donde la gente se rinde a través del tiempo. Cuando todo les está yendo mal y no sale, y no sale, y no sale, y no sale, te rindes. Vendes tu posición, vendes tu casa, vendes todo. Es a donde vamos. No tienen por qué cambiar nada, para nada. No quieren ayudarte. Ese no es su trabajo. Quieren que estés en la mierda. Pero lo que sí no quieren es ver TLT irse para abajo. ¿Por qué? Y esto está mal. ¿Me equivoco? Si primero, la primera llamada está acá, te llevas los 82.36 para abajo y la segunda, los 80.39. Y esto va para abajo, la deuda de Estados Unidos va a ser impagable. Pero una vez más, intereses altos, la deuda de Estados Unidos y el gobierno imprimiendo dinero para sí mismo y dándosela a las mismas personas que siempre les ha dado menos a todos, va a continuar haciendo que la gente que está sufriendo ahorita sufra todavía más. No va a hacer que la economía se levante, porque no están regalando trillones de dólares. Entonces ahí lo tienen. ¿Qué es lo que quieres? Quieres reventar esta zona de los 88.47 si eres alcista. Una vez que estés ahí, llevarte los 91.82 y acá los 96.96 y poder llevarte este máximo de acá en los 101.72. ¿Va a pasar en putiza? No sé, no creo. No veo nada por qué tenga que bajar tipos, nadie. Ahorita, si la gente rica solamente tiene más dinero, esto les está funcionando poca madre. Lo único que podría pasar es que desaparezcan un chingo de dinero rápido para ya hacer la capitulación final. Y eso no tiene nada que ver con los intereses subir. Nada, nada. Eso sería como lo que pasó con Lehman Brothers, por ejemplo. ¿No? Entonces, TLT, mi opinión, rangueas, vas a la derecha, quieres superar, quieres ver a TLT por arriba de los 88.45 y no lo quieres ver por debajo de este mínimo y sobre todo del mínimo de los 80.38. Ahí abajo todo lo que estoy diciendo no es mentira, pero está al revés. Estoy mal y efectivamente esto va a caer mucho más. Y Estados Unidos va a querer pagar a propósito porque obviamente todo lo que pasa no es un mercado libre, pero si tú lo crees así porque te lo dijeron en la tele y tu Paco favorito y en la escuela, qué chingón. Entonces Estados Unidos va a tener que pagar el triple en su deuda y ya, se acabó. Speech acabado. TLT. Vamos con Celsius.
Nice. Celsius is a pretty easy chart, specifically when you look at it like on the macro. The monthly and the bi-monthly are telling an interesting story. So within this range, whenever you get up to that $63 to like $64 region, often it does create a new range where that's the extremity high or resistance, and then support is right into that $48 region. You saw this play out pretty nicely back in 2023 when you were just consolidating here before making that big move up. This range does play out pretty nicely in favor of bulls and bears that respect it, and that's kind of what I'm looking at moving into this new month. With this perspective with the HPDR, you could see like a little move up possibly into this month, maybe into that actually meme line resistance at $63.55, or maybe a little higher into the 78.6%, sitting at $64.82. But I don't think that we're going to see much higher before actually testing this region. Because what you've noticed is the expansion on Celsius has occurred once you do put in the retest of the EMA 9. It even worked out here where you made a nice green dildo and then you kind of just waited into the next month. Following month, you made the swipe down, retested the EMA 9, and then now you've had a green dildo. So again, same criteria. You'd want to see this actually come back down, solidify this range that we've seen before happen, and then actually hold above that $48 region. If it can do that, this will be looked at as a monthly throwback, creating a monthly higher low. Consistent higher lows, and that's all that will be, straight to business. And then when you look at the bi-monthly, right? Because I said the monthly and the bi-monthly, so that's the monthly. You see the 9 lined up really nicely, 61.8%. That would technically be the next zone if you did reject the 78.6%. But then going to the bi-monthly too is kind of nice because it does solidify the same thing. The EMA 9, that's cool, but then look also where this bi-monthly median is. This is very important because this also solidifies that this region is a very big bounce zone, because you see the reaction when you lost this bi-monthly median essentially was death to bulls. I mean, you went down 43%, and that was conservatively measuring just from here. That wasn't a good time for bulls. And so now you finally got back up after multiple months under it. And to me, a throwback would make a lot of sense. It's the same thing what I was saying with the meme line. In this range, you did hold the meme line right into that $48 region. It held at support, and then you got the move up. I'd essentially want to see the same exact thing, but this throwback into $48 will actually be more supported than even in this region. You have a bi-monthly median, bi-monthly 9, monthly EMA 9. And you can just simply see if you do continue to hold above the median, you can potentially have an opportunity of testing closer to the all-time high. Next objective will be into that 38.2%. This will obviously take time. This is a 2-month chart on a stock, but that is at $81. Now, obviously, it's not just going to straight shoot to $81. I do believe that you should just look at this as a massive range. And until you actually start breaking $69 for the culture, that's then when you can actually make your move up. Obviously, you can't day trade off of bi-monthly or monthly. So then what would that look like on a daily chart? We'll go in here. If we do end up making that move up first to the 78.6% on the monthly, you would be gauging simply the daily uptrend and just keep holding. Higher lows, higher highs on the daily 9. If you start getting back above $63.55 on a daily closure, this will give you confirmation of probably making that move up to the $69 region. But again, that's where you need to be defensive. Even when you had this breakdown here, you didn't even retest $69. You just dumped from there, tested the bottom side of the range, and then had continuation down. Weekly's not really telling me much. I mean, same idea. I mean, you just want the retest to hold. $48 continues to be a strong region. Let's throw the 5 on. Very bullish markets. You often see assets ride the EMA 5. So where is that? It's like I'm blind today, because I know it's not deleted. Oh, here it is. Yeah. And you've seen that so far. So like the EMA 5 has been the spot. This just plays onto the camp that, you know, if you're going to continue to see upside continuation before this pullback, and maybe go to $69 before $48, then yeah, you just simply want to keep holding that weekly EMA 5, continue to hold the daily 9, and actually not invalidate the daily uptrend. You just want consistent higher lows, higher highs. That's it. Higher lows, higher highs. So understand we're at resistance on Celsius. I do think the higher time frame closing bases that we got are very good, but even the most bullish bull would want to pull back. They want to get that bullish retest. They want to really solidify $48 being support, because last time that occurred, you got a major move up. This was a 63% monthly candle from this $48 region. So going into this time period with the same bias, it was just you want to flip resistance chop into support. It's the same idea now. So we want to watch that bi-monthly median, monthly EMA 9, see if $48 comes, and if it does, jump on that. Because I do think if as long as you're above that monthly 9 or $48, you will see upside on Celsius. But as you've seen here, you are at resistance. You've seen resistance hold nicely. The monthly is testing resistance. You just want to be aware of that. Bull's got a very nice squeeze from this SFP. But, you know, now it's like after such a big move, you definitely don't want to be aggressively longing. Like after a 200% move, good job if you caught it. But again, no reason to be aggressively longing in this region. Be defensive, watch for a pullback. That pullback could easily turn bullish and give you potentially a new all-time high if you get a $69 reclaim. You essentially, for a new all-time high, need to flip September's wick high into support. September of 2023, this one. That's sitting at $68.95, aka $69 for the culture. If you can do that, then yeah, your next objective will be these wick highs. And then that really will be a big question of, do we make a new all-time high for Celsius? Until then, you're just in a range, so don't get blindsided of that. You're at resistance now. $69 will just be the extremity high for me, but you know, as I said before, this range really worked out. You're at resistance now, so if we started rolling over and going towards $48, that would not surprise me at all. And only way I'll consider a $69 move is, well, once you start actually reclaiming back above, well, now I can call it really. Let's say if you get any daily closure above August 29th's wick high, that'll confirm continuation and expansion to $69. But until then, I'm actually looking for weakness, pullback scenario here. And really, we see the daily 9's been holding for multiple days. Let's go to a 2-day real quick. Maybe it just adds on more points. No, we'll go to the daily. So we start really seeing this daily 9 get lost, and then this last higher low, because we don't know if this is going to be a higher low or not. This was because you got a higher high. We just don't know if this will be. You need to break this last high right in that $63.55 region. But if you lose a daily 9 and take out August 26th low, then yeah, that'll be confirmation of, yeah, you're probably going to get a deeper pullback and then play what you know. If you lose the EMA 34, target the EMA 100, most likely with time moves into that $48 region, giving you just max confirmation of possibly a bigger bounce there. So that's all I see on Celsius. Not a bad chart.
It's a fucking excellent chart. It's very,
if you're patient,
easy.
Because it could like be right here if you're not patient.
And I'll say my next target, since we're here already, will be all-time highs.
Hey.
101.
Nice.
All-time motherfucking highs. The other thing that I looked at is on the monthly. I think this is the easiest way to look at it. Look at this green dildo, right? Like you get this one, you get a small one, then you get finally like expansion to where we are. And once you get the expansion to where we are, you get this move down, right? And the move down basically would match the EMA 5 on the monthly, a around the $50 area, which is also what you would expect in this type of pattern before it goes to all-time
like
high.
even the most bullish bulls are wanting just that. It gets that
Yep.
done, business, and we can start making a all-time high.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking nice. Thank you, senor. And for Farhan, so we can close this, we'll do FFAI, and I'll be super quick on this one.
Yay, Faraday future.
Exactly. The future of Faraday, of AI, somehow.
Excited to see how that track's going.
I don't think it's going well.
Oh, really? Oh.
I don't think. I haven't seen it.
Farhan will tell us soon.
Yeah, exactly. Estamos viendo Celsius, mis estimados. Pueden ver acá, teníamos nuestra línea meme en los 60-80 y justamente la convertimos en soporte. Estamos viéndolo en una tabla mensual. Me gusta la vista mensual por varias cosas. Simplifica la tabla, quita el ruido. Esto fue diciembre del 2021, noviembre del 2021, tope acá, noviembre del 2021, caímos a todo lo que fue el 2022. Recuerden, el mercado bajista del 2022. Y desde ahí nos fuimos a hacer un máximo histórico en marzo del 2024 en los $99 e intentamos volver a retomarlo. Y ahora tuvimos una caída grande. Esta caída grande fue, y para que lo noten, porque cuando ves cosas así, la gente no entiende que estas cosas pasan. Casi un 80% de caída del tope. Entonces, tienes una gran probabilidad de, una vez que retomes ese camino para arriba, de hacer una gran lana. Y cuando lo mides hasta dónde podemos llegar acá, estás hablando un 350%, porque la subida vale más que la bajada. Si no entienden matemáticas básicas, piénsenlo un poco y verán por qué. Ahora, lo interesante de todo esto son los niveles de soporte. Quiero que vean esto. Entramos en este rango, ¿no? El rango de los 46, $47. Y una vez que entramos, tienes esta vela, se queda por acá y tienes la expansión, a justamente donde estamos acá, al rango de los $60 con 87 centavos. Una vez que estamos acá, perdón, no fue esa. Denme un segundo, aquí. Una vez que estamos acá, tenemos vela roja y nos bajan hasta acá, ¿ok? A los $48. Si yo fuera a poner una línea meme, la pondría acá. Acá o hasta acá, tal vez. Yo creo la pondría acá, en los $52. Otra zona de fricción. Y además tengo el promedio del 5 justamente ahí. Más allá de eso, para mis traders que se han fletado todo el curso y todas mis pendejadas, han visto esto. ¿Qué es esto? Patrón de tasa. La tasa y la agarradera. ¿Y qué es lo que nos falta en este momento? Que se forme la agarradera. Y ahora, ¿cuál es el objetivo de este patrón? Mamá, vas a agarrar el punto más bajo, a donde está la parte donde está el café, ¿no? La parte alta de la taza. Pones el breakout que lo tienes acá. Te pone en $100, en un máximo histórico o paralelo con estos. Para que vean este movimiento medido. Pero te lo va a dar de una emputiza. No. Va a consolidar por acá antes de darte el movimiento fuerte. Y lo único que tienes que estar viendo acá es, en mi opinión, la zona de los 60-87. Con tener cierres grandes, déjame ver la de 2 semanas, por ejemplo, semanal. Con tener, tengo 1, 2, y este cierre, este fin de semana cierra acá, ni corrección te va a dar esta chingadera y probablemente vaya para arriba. Pero si esta vela llega a cerrar por debajo de los 60-87, lo que yo estoy, y vean dónde está el promedio del 9, en los 52. Ve esto. No, no era esa, pendejo. Es esta. En los 52.87. ¿Dónde les dije que iba a poner mi línea meme? En los 52.87. ¿Ven? Esa es la zona de fricción. Ahí es donde yo esperaría que vaya a ajustar el precio. Deme un segundo. Me veo rápido el HPDR. Y es el 50% o la parte baja de la parte alta de la zona azul, donde encuentres esta consolidación, porque puedes ver ya lo alto que estás acá, ¿no? En el rango, esto nos está sugiriendo una consolidación Ricky que puede llegar hasta los $51, puede en teoría hasta los 46 sin problema alguno y aquí aguantarte. Oportunidades grandes, 50, y $46. No creo que baje de ahí para después dar continuación a la alza. Y estoy completamente equivocado si te llegas a llevar los $41 para abajo, que es este mínimo. ¿Te llevas eso? Ahí quedó la fiesta de Celsius, pero por ahora se ve muy alcista y lo que te va a dar es tal vez la oportunidad de comprar para agregar a tu posición en esta situación en los 52 hasta los 46. Ahí tú puedes escoger el rango de cómo quieres dividir la entrada, ponerla en uno, apostarle a la más baja, lo que gustes. Y además tienes un cruce plateado por acá. No has retestado el promedio del 9 desde agosto. ¿Cuándo fue esto? El lunes de agosto, el principio de agosto. Ya pasó un mes. Tal vez vengas a retestear ese 9 en los 52, 53, 54, 55. Esta zona también en los 57, 72 sería importante. Pero todo esto se va a la verga y continúa a la alza si no puedes caer de esta zona. Si esta zona tienes otro cierre aquí arriba, arriba de los 60, 87, vas ya para arriba. No quiero que les dé FOMO porque no se trata de eso para nada, Dios. Y ahí tienen el análisis de Celsius. Mr. Farjano, we're ready for what the fuck? FFAI.
Fair day future.
The most innovating company in the most innovating company in the car world. FFAI, providing people with stupidity. Whatever they
The
need.
car company with no car.
With no car. Come buy one of our nothings at FFAI. You'll enjoy it. If not, we'll give you your money guaranteed. You can even fuck my sister. Who knows?
Just close your eyes. Imagine the car. Just close your eyes. You'll see it. Just
Where are we at on
how
this
amazing
bitch?
the car is.
Yeah. Imagine the most amazing car. Good. That's fair.
It's not ours.
We still haven't made it, but soon.
So,
Oh boy.
on the monthly, we put in a nice shooting star candle, rejected the 100%. Right now, we are sitting right around the 5 EMA. It's in the 97.5% range. Just based off of simple probabilities, it's very unlikely to continue here. And we've already taken out, I believe, this wick low, which is at $2. We went to, not exactly bounced at $2 at this wick low. Once you lose this wick low, that's where the nice dump ski is going to start. And since you went straight up to the upside, there's not really much support sitting over here. Let me move back in. I had a call, I had to reject that. And you're just putting in a lower high in a series of lower highs, and what comes after a lower high is a lower low. And because you're tapping also such extreme ranges on the HPDR with not much support here at all, probably going to come at a minimum to the 78.6% at around $1.41. It is possible that it could get a bounce here and maybe put in another bearish retest of this 5 EMA, although it's a little unlikely. I do think it's going to get a little bit of a bounce here, maybe tap this open at around 165, and then from there I do think it's going to come down to this 38.2% eventually, which is at this moment at about 69 cents. It's a very nice number. This is going to change with every monthly close before it taps it, but as right now, if we were to tap it within this monthly candle, it would be 69 cents. It'd be a very nice outcome for that to happen, for it to dump from $2 to 69 cents in one monthly candle. We are getting volatility and momentum compression from 100%. So should expect a mean reversion move. We got how much percent to the upside on expansion? Like 213%. How much would that be down? 67%. Imagine if it was 69% to 69 cents. That'd be funny.
If it what? To 69
If
what?
it was 69% down to 69%.
Oh.
But it's 66% down.
Unfortunate.
2 week is currently if that was the case, then it would be guaranteed that we were going to 69 cents. On the 2 week, we are starting to flip to the downside on momentum. Volatility is contracting, so not necessarily not necessarily bearish yet. We are bouncing right now at the 9 EMA. As long as we are holding over that on a closing basis, should grind out somewhat of a higher low here and then continue upwards to try the 88.3% again. Lose 9 EMA, likely going to get a dump to 38.2%. That's sitting at around $1.23. It is possible you could bounce here and make another attempt, although I don't think so based on the higher trend. Do think that bounce is going to fail, and eventually you're going to find yourself somewhere under $1. Right now, the median is sitting at 85 cents. Weekly is also flipping to the downside on momentum and volatility, getting a weekly sell signal on the jewel. Losing the 21 EMA right now. First level of support is this 38.2% at around $1.93. Below there, you're looking at $1 with a slight bounce at like 160. 5 days as well as flip to the downside on momentum and volatility. Basically the same look as the weekly. 2 days flipping down, very close to making it into the bearish control zone. Volatility is now expanding, and you're very close to getting a pink below the yellow cross. And you lost 38.2%. Might get a little bit of a bounce here to maybe tap this 21.5 EMA, all this cluster with this 38.2%, somewhere around $2.20 to $2.30. That bounce is likely going to fail, and you're probably going to come down to somewhere around 150 to 160 from there. 2 days making it into the bearish control zone now. Daily is also freshly flipped to the downside. Very close to making it into the bearish control zone. Now volatility is expanding from 0%. And you get a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Losing the 38.2%. You're getting a little bit of a bounce right now, but you're still below 38.2%. Closes in about 2 hours and 38 minutes. If it does close like this, you're getting 2 closures then below your 100. That brings you down to the 200, which conveniently lines up at that 150 to 160 zone. 4 hour has a fresh silver cross to the downside. That's interesting to see. We haven't gotten a retest of the 9 EMA yet, so if we do get a bounce, that does put us somewhere around that same $2.20 zone to maybe $2.30 to tap the actual cross, and then eventually it's going to bring us down to the 150s. And monthly's got bullish divergence. Not the strongest, and looks like it's going to be invalidated. It will invalidate with any close below $2. If it doesn't invalidate, it would give you a target of the simple moving average, which right now sits at about $4.59. Some hopium there, I guess. 2 week is now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $2.15. The easy target from there would be the simple moving average and the neutral zone, which right now sits at about $1.40, somewhere between there, and the neutral zone is $1.36, slightly below that $1.50 zone, but only like 10 cents. 3 days got fresh bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below. Let's zoom in. About $2.50. Next target is the neutral zone and then the bearish control zone. Neutral zone sits at 189. Bearish control zone is at 74 cents. 2 day also has bearish divergence. Next target is going to be the critical zone. That's at 212. Interesting. No, the bearish control zone. Critical zone is impossible. My bad. I'm retarded.
It's okay.
You got to be nice to the autistic. 4 hours got fresh, has hidden bearish divergence, and it's very close to putting in another drive, and that will confirm with any close below about $2.04. You got multiple closures below your 100 now with that silver cross to the downside. So likely you do get a little bit of a bounce here to retest that 100, that silver cross, that 9 EMA at like $2.20, and then dump to about 170. Now check the momentum. Monthly is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over about 84 cents. Their pivot is very close to that 70-ish cent target. Volatility is now at the lowest level it's ever been. This thing is basically completely started out with 100% volatility and just stayed there, just massively dumping with 100% volatility. Got a little bit of volatility contraction right here on these little bounces, and then again 100% volatility on just these massive dumps. It's crazy to look at. It's literally just nonstop selling. Then a major fuck you wick, and then selling. Week. 2 week is also currently flipped up. 2 week has volatility expansion from the lowest level ever, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 151. Oh, interesting. 150 is his major zone to the downside right now. I hate charts like this. See if that makes it easier to see. Somewhat. Weekly is currently flipped down with a volatility contraction, so there's some hopium there, and it's going to be flipped down below 240. 5 days also flipped down with volatility contraction to below 245, basically the same thing as the weekly. 2 days currently flipped down also. Let's check out volatility. Volatility just now starting to expand, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below 237. Daily is also flipped to the downside as long as you're below 220. And the 4 hour is freshly flipped down with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down. It's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down below 229. Interesting as well, because that's the bounce zone target. And 2 hours freshly flipped up with volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're over $2.03. So on the high time frames, you are getting momentum starting to flip back to the upside with volatility approaching the lowest levels ever. So there is some hopium alive here, especially since you've closed over the 5 EMA, which you haven't closed over since, well, since the initial dump when it started in 2021.
Oh my God. It's fucking amazing.
You've been below the 5 EMA since 2021. 4 years below that 5 EMA. I guess it's pretty significant if you've closed over that.
Damn.
So that does bring in a lot more hopium than I initially thought. I hate to say it.
I'll take it.
You got that volatility now at lowest levels ever. You have momentum flipped up as long as you're over 84 cents. So even in the worst case scenario, you come down to that 70, 80 cent target, monthly momentum would still be flipped to the upside. But as of right now, you are still holding the 5 EMA, and you should continue to, if you continue to hold there, that should give you a move up to the 9s. God, at $21, $22. But on the low time frames, that's crazy. On the medium-term time frames, momentum is starting to flip down. Does look like you're going to get a move to somewhere around $1.50. But on the lower time, like down to the 2 hour and the 4 hour, does look like you're going to get a retest of that silver cross. 2 hours flipped up. So I would look for a move from somewhere around $2.20, $2.30, and then from there down to somewhere around $1.50. And the invalidation for the move down to $1.50 is basically just getting over $3.05. Or actually you could use getting daily close over $2.22. If you get that, then likely you're not going to get that move down to 150, and you're probably just going to go up from there. But I do think based on those, how high you got to the HPDR and the 4 hour silver cross, then you probably are going to test 220 to 230 before moving down to 150.
All right, you boys are free.
Nice.
Finally. Anything else you'd like to say, look at before you go?
No, for me, no. I just watched the trading alerts because I might post a few more trades, specifically where Bitcoin's at. Still watching resistance and maybe this zone to reject us. So I'll be on the Discord and just watch the trading alerts if you're on the Academy.
Sounds good. All right, you boys have a great day. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much for everything. Much appreciated.
Muchas gracias from Cochi Loco.
Adios, Cochi Loco.
And hasta luego.
Un segundo, me voy a quitar los audífonos ya que no debo de traerlos puestos. Qué rico. Ok. Qué Ricky Martin. Vamos a, por cierto, eso me arruinó la vida, ¿no? Yo de crecer, para mucha gente tal vez si estás muy chavo, no sabes ni quién es Ricky Martin, pero Ricky Martin era como el güey que todos los güeyes querían ser. Y escuchabas todas sus canciones y eran como canciones de amor, traía todas las mejores viejas del mundo en sus videos, todo eso. Y ahora que escucho una canción de Ricky Martin, porque ahora salió como gay, ¿no? Creo que es bisexual, pero también eso jugarle a todos los equipos. Cada que escucho una de sus canciones, solamente pienso en güeyes. Cuando dice, ¿no? Deja que te bese el ano. Es instantáneamente un güey. No pienso en viejas cuando Ricky lo dice. Así que me arruinó todo eso. Saber esa información. Me hubiera gustado nunca haberlo sabido. Ok. Uno, estamos viendo FFAI, la empresa de coches eléctricos que nunca ha hecho un coche eléctrico, pero ahora también tiene inteligencia artificial. Perfecto, perfecto. Hemos estado cayendo todo este tiempo, hemos estado por debajo del promedio del 5, pero, damas y caballeros, hemos recuperado el promedio del 9 mensual y también el 5. Esto literalmente es un acontecimiento nuevo y lo que nos dice que probablemente vamos a retestear esta zona del 1.50 y si llega a aguantar, vámonos para arriba a ver qué tanto. El siguiente EMA sería el 21 y el 21 se encuentra. No mames, espérame. Siquiera EMA 21. Dios, ¿dónde vergas está? Bueno, vamos de vuelta para abajo. Pueden ver que esta es una acción de meme, por supuesto. No crean y lo tomen en serio. Esta es una absoluta mierda. La mejor manera de ponerlo. En la tabla mensual pueden ver perfectamente esta gran vela topera que nos dio. Luego nos dio esta otra vela topera. Habíamos caído de este ranguito agresivo de subida. Lo voy a quitar porque ya no es necesario. Y tenemos este fondillo. Ahora, fondillo, no fundillo. Algo importante que podemos ver acá es, esto puede ser un hombro, cabeza, y el hombro caería acá. Si eso se llega a dar, este sería un patrón de fondo y esto pudo haber sido el fondo. Bastante sencillo. Ahora, llévate los 1.50 para abajo en cualquier cierre diario o sobre todo semanal. Olvídalo, vas a literalmente barrer este mínimo en los 81 centavos. Por ahora, y los voy a llevar a la semanal. En la semanal, por ahora, nos estamos viendo algo bajistas. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. Estamos cayendo por debajo del 5, el 9 y ahora el 21. Hay puro aire abajo de nosotros. Esto ha sido lo que nos ha mantenido con todas las esperanzas y el hopium vivo, pero si no podemos aguantar más o menos por acá, y quiero ver si el HPDR funcionaría con esta madre, sí. Pueden ver que la media está por ahí del 1.50, 1.57. Eso debería ser lo que aguante. Si no, quiere decir que vamos a ir a $1 y de $1 probablemente a 0.80 centavos, bueno, 80 centavos. Y ahí estaríamos haciendo un nuevo mínimo. Y esto literalmente simplemente fue un nuevo alto, pero para después ser un mínimo más bajo. Entonces, la zona del 1.57, 1.50 es súper importante. En la diaria pueden ver por qué. 1.57 contiene nuestro SMA 200, que fue lo que fue resistencia y rompimos al alza. Ahora, lo que a mí me da más confluencia, que esta va a ser la zona que va a venir a retestear, no solamente es el 88.3%, pero lo que nos había rechazado todo este tiempo fue lo que hizo que despegáramos, y eso fue el SMA 200. Si caemos hasta acá, al 1.57, esa sería la última oportunidad antes de la subida. Pero pierde 1.50 aquí abajo, y se va a ir a la mierda, tío. Entonces, para ponerlo muy sencillo para todos ustedes, ¿qué es lo que estamos a punto de ver? Probablemente un retesteo de esta zona. Puede que esto caiga acá, aguante el SMA 200 y para arriba. Y ahora, si, si nos llegamos a llevar el 1.35 para abajo, yo creo que esa sería tu señal de que olvídate de este rebote y nos vamos a ir a la mierda. Eso es lo que yo usaría como invalidación. El 1.35. Y de acá, que agarre y trepe, ¿cómo sabes que nos equivocamos en que no va a caer al 1.50 una vez que te lleves los $3? Bastante fácil. Bastante fácil. Buen día, llego tarde, dice Ramón, antes de irme. En un momento veo todo el video, pero mi entrada programada en 12,400 que habías contado, o sea, lo siento. Y es lo que estoy viendo ahorita también con Alex. Justamente que aguanté, ¿no? Estaban diciendo todos, bueno, no todos, pero los trades obvios en Bitcoin, ya vimos esto, les voy a poner Bitcoin rápido. Los trades obvios en Bitcoin eran estos, ¿no? Los de la zona de los 110, 111. Pero nosotros nos esperamos a esto. Yo lo que estoy viendo, Ramón, es si no rechaza acá y nos llegamos a llevar los 13,500, yo creo que podríamos dar un pompazo hasta los 116,200 y ahí encontrar la caída. Así que atento a esa jugada. Ten tus invalidaciones listas. Pero por ahora está funcionando. De verdad que el 21 nos está rechazando. Solamente quiero que lo vean. Y sí, comenté lo de Lucid al principio del video. Chécalo. Es literalmente de lo que hablo por 15 minutos al principio del video. Solamente de Lucid. Y pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Lo hemos logrado. Hemos llegado a la parte final de esto. Y que me pongo mis luces para que no me vea tan oscuro. Si de por sí parece que cambié de color. Bueno, cambié de color en realidad. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. Para que no digan y no les cuenten, les conté al principio de este video lo que voy a hacer. Acabo de abrir un portafolio de 200, bueno, tengo $250,000 que voy a meter en un portafolio. Lo importante para ustedes no es, y también no quiero poner como en el título, estoy abriendo un portafolio de $150,000. Da igual. Esto es para que tengan una idea de los porcentajes que estoy usando. Y les dije, mi posición de Lucid no va a ser más grande de $20,000. Eso es 8% de este portafolio, de este chunk de dinero que le voy a meter ahorita a la bolsa. Y es lo primero que he comprado. Entonces, usen porcentajes, por el amor de Dios, para entender esto. No es el flash de, bueno, si no le estoy metiendo $20,000. Nada, da igual. Entonces, solamente para que lo piensen, y muy divertido ver a todo el mundo completamente hundido en Lucid, honestamente, una tristeza para todos los que compraron antes, pero fue como con lo de los NFTs. Me divertí mucho cuando vendí todos mis NFTs, no los míos que yo hago, pero los otros que compro, porque los míos si los vendo es el fin del mundo, pero los de otros. Vendí todos, me esperé, y cuando todo el mundo ya estaba que se lo llevaba a la verga, los compré. Y luego de ahí subieron. No mucho, pero subieron. Y es el mismo approach que tengo con lo de Lucid, y es lo que voy a esperar. Pero esto es un approach y recuerden, esta posición que estamos abriendo, este portafolio, entre comillas, tiene una vista a 5 a 8 años. No estoy hablando de nada a corto plazo, a menos de que algo completamente loco suceda. No estoy buscando tradear esto, solamente es para posicionar a largo plazo y ganarle lo más posible. Vean el principio del video si se perdieron eso. Ahí es donde explico por qué, dónde lo estoy haciendo, cómo lo estoy haciendo, cuáles son mis entradas, todo. Y una vez más, no nada más me copies, aprende todo lo que estamos viendo, porque imagínate que mañana me muero y ya te quedaste con 3 pedazos de información que nunca más vas a poder. Aprende todo lo que tienes que aprender, por el amor de Dios, para poder tú mismo ir a hacer esto. Les mando un abrazote, pórtense bien, feliz miércoles y nos vemos en la próxima. ¿Cómo de que no? Claro que sí, claro.